Well met, weary travelers. Join us for a spell as we begin our inaugural adventure, the debut chapter, episode 1 of Arcanarama.
Reactions.
I'm Cameron Holtz, artist and YouTuber by day, and Dungeon Master. Oh, over at Fantasy Forge, I should say that part, I guess. And Dungeon Master by night here at Arcanarama. I'm joined this evening by our wonderful cast of characters, the Arcana crew. That's you guys.
Gang.
Say hello, introduce yourselves, and tell us what you can safely divulge about your characters. We'll start over here with Miranda.
Good. Hi, I'm Miranda. I'm Claymore Alliance. Basically anywhere except for Twitter, drop the E. They didn't want to give me that last character. I play Ollie Ilno. She is a very tall, very pretty big lady. She is a Aasimar cleric. And she just wants to wreck stuff and also heal stuff at the same time. Bring everyone together and then tear them apart, you know? She's got the muscles to do it, so it'll be fun.
I'm Samantha Zuckerman. I am an artist for this and for business and pleasure. You can find me at SDZuke, that's SDZUKE, on Instagram and Twitter.
Woo!
And I'm Alma, and that's all I can say.
What's
that's all
her
I can
class?
say. She's a sorcerer, but even that feels a little...
There you go. Oh, also, before we hop over to Kitty, just to clarify, we are at level 1 starting this adventure.
Ooh, level 1. I'm Kitty, and I'm a baker at Kitty Scratch Kitchen. I have Instagram and Facebook pages for that if you want to see my baked goods. I'm playing Cholula Duvet, who is a shifter rogue, and she is a very good cook. That's all I got.
We'll see what the dice have to say about
We'll
that.
In the past, she's been a good cook.
Moving forward, anything could happen.
Hello, I'm Taylor Higginbotham. I'm a graphic designer by day and night. You can find that on Instagram at thig_design. I'm playing the Nameless Man, and I know nothing about him. I'll be learning tonight, but I am a human monk, and that's all I know. So, welcome.
Before we delve into tonight's game, we just have a few quick announcements and shout-outs to make. The first of which is our friends at Arknight, creators of the fantastic clear plastic spell effects and minis. Without them, this stream wouldn't be possible, so thank you, Arknight.
Oh, I also work at Arcanarama.
Yeah. I also want to give a personal shout out and thank you to Hoop and Stick Workshop on Etsy for providing us with this wonderful, beautiful, purple heart stained Dungeon Master scream.
Beautiful.
I say provided, we bought it.
Yes,
But they did it still.
but
yeah,
you should
it's-
buy one too.
Provided by Capital.
It's very, very cool.
He's very nice. He's
yeah.
a nice boy.
So yeah, if you're in the market, check out Hoop and Stick Workshop on Etsy. Or I think he's also pretty active on TikTok as well. He's got some fun TikToks. That's cool.
I need to follow that.
TikTok.
We're also going to be doing not 1, but 2 giveaways during the stream. Technically 6. So, the first is this wonderful pack of clear... Oh, hey, look, they come out. Of
sure
clear
hope so.
plastic miniatures and clear plastic bases of zombie hordes from Arknight. Each pack includes 31 minis, if I'm not mistaken, and we will be giving away 5 of these at the break in the Arknight chat if you're watching from their host. Oh god, let's do that later. And the second is going to be these one-of-a-kind, handmade, you can't probably see them great from there, Fantasy Forge dice. I made these myself. There's a YouTube video about it. It's the most recent video on my channel, youtube.com/fantasyforgeart, if you want to actually see these exact dice be made and painted and polished.
And then smooched.
And yeah,
you
and
give
then I
each
kiss
dice
them.
a little smooch.
Yeah, and you wash them, gotta rinse them out in your mouth, to be sure. I don't do any of those things. But yeah, so that will be given away in the Arcanarama Twitch if you're watching from our personal channel during the break. So stick around to see how you can win those.
Oh no.
We're doing it.
For absolutely free. If you are so inclined or inspired to make any fan art during the stream of anything that you see today, We've got official character art for reference, done by our very own Samantha Zuckerman.
That's who I am.
It's beautiful. It was Gauntlet. She pumped all of them out so fast.
It was wild.
It was amazing.
I went into a fugue state.
But if you are inspired to do any of your own artwork, we would love to see it. Use the hashtag Arcanarama on Twitter, hashtag ARTCANARAMA, or hashtag Arcanarama fan art if you want.
No.
But I'm going to be looking at the other one. And follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Arcanarama Show on both. To see updates about what's going on the show, or if we post like fun pictures of some dice that we're giving away and all that kind of biz.
Or our faces.
Definitely our face.
In this stream, we will be playing a heavily homebrewed version of the Waterdeep Dragon Heist module that I have modified and adjusted and set in our own homebrew world of Kavora. So, if you've played Waterdeep Dragon Heist before, or run it, or watched a campaign, this one is certain to be a tale that you've never heard before. Inspired by the wonderful source material and the wonderful backstories written by these guys.
Well, some of us.
And the wonderful backstory that I wrote for this guy. Now, without further ado, unless anyone else has any other announcements they would like to get to.
No.
Join us now as we embark on the first leg of a long adventure into Waterdeep. Our adventure begins not in the Forgotten Realms, but in the world of Kavora. Along the southern Gulf coast of the continent of Windfell sits Waterdeep, city of splendor, the jewel of the continent, and home to some of the greatest adventurers in all of Kavora. But we start not with the greatest adventurers in Kavora, at least not yet. We begin in southern Waterdeep, below the South Gate, on a small peninsula that just juts out into the waters of the Gulf of Windfell. Could I have everyone, except for Taylor, please exit the table?
Oh, joy.
Yay! You're doing great. I'm so proud of you.
Bye, good luck.
It's fine. The seat was hot before you said that. So.
Oh, let me get the Nameless Man's theme going as well. Cloudy blue waves lap against the shore incessantly as the rising heat of the day grips you. You smell the stench of salt water, as you should, having just expelled it from your mouth and nose. It leaves a burning sensation in your lungs and up into your sinuses. The cackling of seagulls mocks you in the distance, as a distant dream fades from your memory. Just when you try to reach within yourself to recall what had happened, it's gone. Your head pulses as your eyes crack open to harsh light, as if for the first time. Maybe it is the first time. No, you're pretty sure you've seen light before. But how long has it been? A voice raises into your perception as the haze leaves your eyes, clearing like mist on a hot summer morning. Before you, you see an earnest-looking man in his mid-20s with a shining badge on his chest, looking down at you through sorrowful brown eyes. Go ahead and make a perception check, but don't use those dice. I want you to use these dice.
Okay. You person. If you're tuning in at home, he made me some dice because he's a jerk. I'm gonna use the big one first. That's.
That's that Fantasy Forge FF if I ever seen it.
It's a natural 20 on the first roll. That means a lot.
So, you see this man, and the sun kind of glints off of this badge that he's wearing. With a natural 20, you recognize this to be a badge of the Watch, which signifies this to be a member of the Lord's Alliance. You also catch a glimpse at your reflection. You see a man in his late 40s with black hair just peppered with gray at the sideburns, cheeks a bit sunken, adorning a mustache that connects to long sideburns, and a square jaw stippled with black and gray stubble. Your clothes appear to have once been fine, but are now soaked in seawater and lightly frayed at the edges. Your green eyes harbor a subtle sadness that one could easily confuse for vacancy. There's also a large scar that runs from your cheek kind of up to your hairline past your eye. And if you would like to, you can actually open up the drive and look at your character portrait.
Oh yeah, I can.
Because Taylor is the only one of us who has not seen what his character looks like yet.
There's so many folders that are like, don't open this.
Yeah, it's in like a little Russian nesting doll. There he is,
wow, yeah.
the nameless man.
Oh yeah, he looks so tired. That's me all over. I should have wore green.
The man looking down at you speaks. What befalls there, friend? It's dangerous to swim these waters round dusk, especially with that much equipment on your person.
I'm sorry. I feel as though I might have lost my way. Could you tell me where I am?
Well, of course, you're just south of Waterdeep on the southern shores. Are you looking to find your way back into the city? What are you doing out here?
I'm not sure, actually. Is there a pub or an inn nearby? I feel like I might need some rest.
Well, of course. I'm just off my shift, and it sounds to me like you could use a drink, friend. Care to join me?
Sure.
Name's Jalister Silvermane. He holds out a hand to help you up.
Yeah.
Pulls you up off the ground. And you see you're about even level with this guy, both just over 6 feet.
I'm glad to meet you. Yes.
Glad to meet you as well. Please follow me. I'll take you into the portal.
Sure, yeah.
And as you ride with Jalister, he takes you into the city. Normally there would be the issue of having to register with a magister at the gates, with the black robes as they're called, to get in. But riding with a member of the Lord's Alliance has certain perks. So, as you begin to make your way into the city and towards the awning portal, if I could have everyone else rejoin us at the table, please.
Everyone else. Okay, I didn't know.
It was hard to hear if that was our cue or not.
No worries. I don't know if you did hear that this first roll on these dice I was gifted.
Yeah,
That was a nat 20.
that's wild. That's a clip for sure.
Yeah, for sure. We need to start getting cameras over these dice pits. It's so wild.
All right. So,
Cool.
as you're being led into the city, our vision is pulled upward and over to Trollskull Alley in the North Ward of Waterdeep to a hole-in-the-wall tavern called Froon's Brews. We see a small tap room, 15 feet wide by 30 feet long, adorned with about 12 lavish red and gold chairs surrounding 3 heavy dark wood tables, all just a little bit too big for the space, leaving it a bit cramped. The bar is 100% empty, aside from a bored-looking barmaid who paces the narrow walkways of the tap room, wishing for something to do. Kitty, would you mind describing your character for us?
So, Cholula is, she's a swift stride shifter. So she has kind of the same placement ears, but they're sort of the cat-like point fuzzy. She's got ginger hair just like up on the top of her head with a little kind of tie to keep it from getting in the food. Orange apron, red kind of like off-the-shoulder classic tavern style shirt. And she's got some claw action happening and cat-like eyes that go kind of from orange to yellow.
Nice. And what does Cholula do to pass the time on a slow, boring day shift like this?
She's definitely gonna just be sharpening her knives.
All right. As you sharpen your knives for what's probably the third or fourth time today, you hear a grouping of enchanted bells chime a little melody as a slouched human man with a rosy, slightly bulbous nose, bald on top with brown hair around the sides and back, enters the establishment. Yes, this way. Come on, it can't be that heavy. Put your backs into it. And you see, you know this to be Emic Froon, the proprietor of this establishment and your boss.
Mm-hmm.
He appears to be guiding a group of 4 halflings that are team lifting 2 large stone pieces of some type of furniture. If you would like to make a perception check, okay. But don't use those dice. You should use these dice.
What?
You didn't. But you did.
But I did.
But you did.
What?
These are truly great. This is like...
Oh my goodness.
Get out of town. Stay in town for the game, but get out of town.
Wow.
Staying in town.
We'll add some close-up pictures of all of these after the stream or during the break.
Wait.
I'll be doing the break.
All of these.
What am I doing? Perception?
Yes.
16.
16. Yeah, you can see what appear to be two pieces that fix together and form some type of stone fountain of some kind. And you can also tell that these halflings appear to be having a rough go of it. As Froon comes in and is directing them, and he notices you. Ah, Cholula!
Emic.
How's business?
Same as always. What in the 9 hells is this?
Oh, it's our ale fountain.
An ale fountain?
Yes. We're going to hook it up to one of the taps so that when people come in from off the streets, they can just go ahead and take a tankard for a price and hold it under the fountain and pour their own ale. It's a brilliant idea.
Except when it loses all its carbonation. How much did this cost?
Oh, just a trifle. But that does remind me. Would you like to have a seat? And he walks over and pulls out a chair, not really waiting for you to respond. Doesn't pull out a chair for you, pulls out a chair for himself and sits down.
I go sit down.
You see, in these trying times, I'm afraid there's just no room in the budget for a barmaid these days.
So who's gonna cook the food and pour the drinks? You're just gonna have everyone pull it from this fountain, I guess.
Well, the drinks will serve themselves. And I've been known to put together a bowl of slop or two in my day. Of course, this doesn't mean that I'm evicting you. You're welcome to stay in your room upstairs, assuming that you can still pay the 2 shard per 10-day rent.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Well, you know how business is. These are trying times. None of this would have happened if I had won that damned auction, but it's fine. It's fine. You'll be all right, I'm sure.
I'll be fine. Good day, Emic.
Yeah, as you stand, there's just like the very quiet and a pretty loud clattering as you see one of the 2 teams of halflings almost drops and breaks their fountain, and Emic is instantly up and on them, yelling and shouting and doing nothing to help clean it up.
Good riddance.
So as you exit Froon's Brews and find yourself in Troll Skull Alley, where are you headed?
I'm gonna head to see my friend Durnan and see if anything is opened up at his place yet.
Wonderful. So you begin making your way to the yawning portal to speak with Durnan about a job. And as you do, our vision is pulled upward and to the west, towards the Gulf of Winfell and the Seaward. And then the music changes.
I wonder who could be doing that.
The seaboard is scattered with ancient castles turned noble mansions. It's also home to the largest collection of temples in all of Waterdeep. We find ourselves whisked through the stone arches leading into the grey visage of the Temple of Ilmater, the broken god, or the one who endures. A stone statue dominates the entry chamber, depicting a man with a kind face and a bald head, his hands bound above his head and spread out in an unnatural broken nature almost resembling wings. His body is riddled with scars and holes where he's taken on the suffering of those oppressed who follow him. Our vision is pulled once more down a stone corridor, around a corner, to a young woman, standing just outside a closed wooden door. She looks hesitant. Sam, would you mind describing your character for us?
Hello. I'm playing Alma. And she's a half-elf. She has like very long, kind of burgundy, reddish hair. It's very dark. It's always in a ponytail that she tries really hard to keep up with, but there's always a loose strand somewhere that she's trying to tuck back. Her clothes are nice for the most part, but some of them are like definitely showing their age. They're ragged, but they're not dirty. And she kind of has, everywhere that there is space, there is a talisman of some kind. She has a little planchette on her hip and just like crystals kind of everywhere, as well as a large brass key hanging next to her little planchette. And all of her colors are very like dark purples and like dusty pinks, except for her skin, which is kind of deathly pale.
Okay. So, you're standing outside of this wooden door. What do you do?
I will knock twice and then enter the room.
Okay. You knock twice, take a deep breath, and step into the room. Waiting for you inside is a beautiful elven woman. Long, golden locks of hair. At first glance, her golden yellow dress looks lavish and expensive, but on closer inspection you can see that what's now yellow was once white. The areas you'd assume to be patterns of lace are actually just moth-eaten holes around the frills and flares of the dress. She holds a small, slightly bent stick, topped with paper cut into a shape just so to cover her eyes as she turns to you. Oh, Alma, you're here. It's nearly time to head that way. Her countenance drops for a moment as she steps forward and grabs a tattered strand of your scarf. Is this what you're wearing?
No, I would not. To the ball? No, I'm just gonna have to go back and change before we go.
Okay.
Fashionably late and all that.
Make a deception check with advantage. But I need you to use these dice.
I can't catch. Do it.
Did it.
Oh my goodness.
This is the worst surprise.
It's the best.
Oh, those are so pretty.
They're beautiful. You can't see them, but I know.
You will at the break.
You will at the break.
Big 20.
I'm cursed.
Fun fact, the title of your chapter is The Cursed Woman.
It was with advantage. So you get to roll twice.
Oh, it was with advantage?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Anti-cursed.
Hey!
Anti-curse.
19.
Well, balanced. I guess maybe not if the first one was a 1 because it's 1 and 19.
It was a 4.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
It was I rolled a 4 and a 15 plus 4 is 19.
Nice.
Thanks for teaching us the math.
Yes.
For deception, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, she... Oh, okay. Was there something that you wanted to talk about?
No, it was just...
She walks over to a tall standing mirror in her room. This kind of, it's not like dank or like it's not like a dungeonous space, but it is a kind of drab stone room with just kind of a few hardwood. There's like a bed in the corner that appears to be kind of a straw bed. And she's got this one tall standing mirror that she walks over to and is kind of like looking at herself and twirling and like picking off some loose strands of dress.
Genevieve, do you remember where the ball is tonight?
Why, of course. It's at Port Alucine.
Yeah. You
You are still coming, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't miss it. Do you know who's throwing this ball tonight?
Well, of course I do. It's Oh, Alma, you're here. It's nearly time to head that way. And she once again steps forward. Is this what you're wearing? She grabs your scarf.
You know, actually, I just came to say, I have some work to do tonight. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go to the ball.
That's
but
just too bad.
I'll be at the next one. It's okay.
She kind of turns for a moment, standing with her side to you, and there's a pregnant pause cut by the door opening behind you as a priestess of Ilmater steps inside, wearing the traditional and simple brown robes of the order. Oh, forgive me, Miss Newport. It's time for Miss Genevieve's nightly cleansing. Do you require an escort back to the main hall?
No, I know the way. Thank
Lovely,
you.
such a lovely dear. You be careful on your way down the halls, all right?
Of course.
All right now, Miss Genevieve,
Thank you.
it's time for your bath. And she steps forward as you make your way out of the room. Do you exit the temple?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I walk quickly, but I'm not like running. I'm just kind of.
Yeah. And you walk quickly for good reason. With every other door that you pass, you can almost feel, you can almost hear the anguish. It's quiet. It's very quiet here. But not for you. As you quickly step and make your way out of the temple into the sea ward with a beautiful view of the Gulf of Winfell, you can feel the weight of pain, suffering oozing out of the temple behind you. Where is Alma headed?
I think after that, Alma would usually head to the portal to drink that off. But if she can, she will kind of take a route that passes by some more familiar spaces to just kind of recenter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you take the scenic route to kind of realign yourself as you make your way to the portal. As paths slowly begin to converge, our vision once again swoops across the bustling cityscape of Waterdeep to the southernmost portion of the castle ward, where barristers, nobles, and magisters and emissaries battle with word and contract. Here sits a curious inn, not quite like any other in the world. The sounds of the gamblers yelling and drunken adventurers singing bawdy songs nearly drowns out the off-key strumming of a young bard 3 tables over. So far, there haven't been any returning adventurers from the pit that leads to the Undermountain in the last 10 days. But the night is still young. Seated at a sturdy wooden table lit by a brightly burning candle is a woman with a look that can only be described as a strange mixture of disappointment and determination. Miranda, would you mind describing your character for us?
So Ollie is like a 6'2", super strong, super buff, Aasimar, really like bronzy, deep skin tone, but like ridiculously bright honey blonde hair that she has sort of like pulled into this like giant braid that sort of like swings across her shoulders. She's in like what you could tell was once like a very modest uniform of Macabre, but she is definitely like ripped off the sleeves so that you could see the guns. And she's just sort of like pinned in this chair, sort of like legs forward. And if anyone's paying attention super closely, you can see that this left knee is bandaged and sort of like propped up in a chair. And she's just sort of like watching the yawning portal really intently.
Yeah. The bar is just beginning to bustle as a number of faces, some familiar and some not, begin to trickle in from the streets of the castle ward. Go ahead and make a perception check. But I need you to make that perception check. These dice.
I really want you to know. I want to sing. Give
There's
it to me,
some
baby.
dice.
And I can now safely die. So I don't know if you remember the pillars from our lost one-shot of the temple in your dream, but that's what they were modeled after. I can now safely divulge for those of you watching along with us at home that we're going to be doing a dice giveaway for the next 8 weeks that we are streaming. Every episode we're going to be giving away a different set of dice, and the first 4 are going to be duplicates of the dice that I specifically tailored to each of your characters.
Oh my
followed by my DM
goodness.
dice that I also made and am using.
Nice.
I told you he
Nice,
smooches
nice.
them.
Oh my.
Only mine.
They smell like mouth.
They smell lovely.
They do not smell like mouth, I promise. Oh my god. Okay, sorry.
Perception check, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those.
I love
I
that
got-
you knew they were coming and you're still overwhelmed.
Because I didn't know what they were gonna look like. Also, I love gifts.
I thought they would go well with your armada of blues.
Okay. All right. First off, she's mean. That's an 11.
11? Yeah. You actually notice, hard to miss, a tall, very strong-looking female half-orc. Pretty burly, with an interesting tattoo on her left bicep that depicts a red oval kind of on its side, and on top, cutting through it, is an elongated triangle pointed downwards that appears to have been tattooed in some kind of metallic silver ink. She's the most promising looking candidate that Ollie has seen in the bar so far. And weirdly enough, when you look at her, she's already looking at you and you catch eyes. And she kind of straightens for a second. You... Forgive me. I thought your symbol was... Never mind. My apologies. And she turns and begins walking away.
I very quickly stand up, sort of dust off the old uniform.
She kinda, like,
Wait.
pauses.
Hey, what's on your... Yeah.
Oh, it is the mark of the stake. My order. Forgive me, I mistook your symbol of Macabre, is it? For
Yeah.
something else. I apologize for staring.
Wait, no, what did you think it was? Like, I'm curious.
Make a persuasion check.
That's a fuck.
Dude!
Just a heads up.
I promise these are
Yeah.
balanced. I actually checked them.
Fantasy
Fuck.
Forge dice have a very special thing, and that is that the 20s are FF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
FF.
So if you hear us say "fufa," it's fine. We're all good.
We're all good.
I frequently will roll a die and then go.
Yeah.
So just
mics
be
love
prepared
it.
for that.
Or don't. Like really, it's
Better if
serious
it's a
business.
surprise.
But that's a 23.
23.
Give me information.
She looks at you kind of quizzically for a second, and yeah, I'd say with your passive perception, you notice she kind of gives you like an up and down, and then may I have a seat?
I immediately whip out chair.
She comes and sits down across from you at one of these large, round wooden tables just near the edge of the portal. I'm sure you've heard of this uptick in violence in the streets lately. A lot of attacks, bodies being found.
Oh, Ollie's eyes immediately go gold and get like very intense.
Yeah. I'll take that as a yes. I'm not certain, but my order is convinced, due to ever-growing evidence, that this is the doing of a new faction in town, going by the name of the Order of the Black Rain. Not much is known about them or their workings. Some say that they are devil worshippers. Some say that they are harboring various fey beings within the city, lycanthropes, undead, the like. But nothing concrete. All that is known is that when an Order of the Black Rain is caught by the City Watch, they'd rather die than talk. Their symbol is eerily similar to yours, but lacks the eye that you see within and is inverted.
Ollie sort of just like pulls up her like wrapped around sort of like belt that like has the symbol of macabre on it, and just sort of like
and it's
turns it.
It's a very well known symbol, and you see the symbol that she's describing is just an inverted pentagram.
Have you like run into any of them already, or are you just like looking for them?
I'm personally not looking, but if they find me, I will have words. As you're having this conversation, Cholula, you enter the yawning portal.
Sure do.
You see a couple of beefy ladies having a conversation over by the door. But your attention is elsewhere, and you make a beeline for Durnan. As you approach, oh, hello there, Cholula. Welcome back. The usual.
Yeah.
Right. What is your usual?
Scotch.
Okay. He, Durnan, without missing a beat, grabs a little highball glass and pours you some scotch. Rocks.
No.
Right, straight.
Not
That's
today.
how we like it. There you are.
You got any openings yet?
Unfortunately not. We're pretty stacked up as it is. Honestly, you'd be surprised how few it takes to run this place. Why, how are things over at Friends?
Well, he finally overdid it, and I still got my place to stay, but I no longer have my job because he ordered an ale fountain.
An ale fountain?
The drinks will serve themselves, he said.
Serve themselves flat, if I'm correct.
Exactly.
Oh, what a fucking
Ridiculous.
twat.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just wait here until you have an opening.
Make a persuasion check. not about that, strangely enough.
That's a heavy thing.
19.
19? He looks at you. I'm sorry we don't have anything open, but for your troubles, own house.
Shit.
Oh dear.
Shortly after this conversation begins, Jalster and his newfound friend from the beach, you enter a massive tap room. You can see 2 stories above you, a 3-story establishment. Next to you as you walk in is a massive stone pit that seems to just go down endlessly into the ground. Hanging over it is a kind of lift mechanism, very rickety looking kind of rope and wood scenario. and you see just a boisterous bar full on all, the first 2 levels are full with patrons who are drinking, laughing, but you see the 3rd floor is kind of closed off, and you imagine that that's probably like rooms for lodging. Jalister walks in with you. Well, the Yawning Portal. Ever been here before, friend?
I'm not sure. I was kind of hoping for more of a private place, but this is fine.
Oh, it's more private than you would think. First ale's on me.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I have much.
That's all right. It's only a couple of nibs. And he leads you over to the bar. Cholula, make a perception check. 6? Yeah. You are actually still mid-conversation with Durnan.
Okay.
As a handsome brown-haired man walks up next to you, who looks very sad, and orders 2 ales. You don't really make a note of it. And Jalister thanks Durnan, pays the man 4 nibs, hands you a tankard of ale, and then turns and looks at the tap room that is pretty much completely full, and then turns and looks at 2 empty stools kind of off to the side of the bar, and he's like, well, shall we have a seat here then?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Don't worry. Don't have to worry about bad conversation from Durnan. He probably won't even speak to you. And he comes over and has a seat, pulls out your stool for you. So, you're rather quiet on your way over. What were you doing out on that beach? You looked a bit haggard, if I might say so.
Do I? I'm not sure if I can be completely honest.
I don't need you to roll anything. I'm just gonna have him make an insight check. Oh, I'm sorry. Took a blow to the head, maybe. You looked a bit out of sorts, if I might say so. I don't mean to offend, but just saying what I saw. Oh, Jesus.
None taken. None taken. Would there happen to be anyone in the city guard that would maybe be able to identify?
First time in Waterdeep. Sorry, it's a common mistake. The city guard the walls. Those fellows that I had a conversation with when we were passing through the gates, that's the city guard. The city watch are the ones who police the streets. And the like. Common mistake.
Sure.
Sorry, I seem to have breezed right over your question. I was so taken aback by that.
No, it's fine. Honestly, might be in need of a bit of work, maybe.
Right. Well, what sort of skills do you have at your disposal? At this point, Cholula, with your passive perception, you see a familiar face at the bar. What type of skills do you have then?
Just,
So you've got
Can I say his name?
What would Cholula say?
Silas? Silas.
Jalister turns.
I think I might have been working at a dock or something.
Yeah. A very debonair shifter in cook's clothing approaches you, saying Silas aloud.
Silas. Do you... Cholula. Cholula Duvet.
Sorry.
You were confused. I helped you get something at the market when you didn't have enough money, but you really wanted it, so I had some newfound wealth. I let you borrow some. There was the circus.
I'm sorry, that all sounds very nice, but I'm not sure if I know who you are.
That's alright, we'll get there. I'm gonna pull up a chair next to him.
Yeah, you just like scoot another bar stool over.
Yeah.
Are you scooching between him and Jalister or on the other side of him?
On the other side of him.
Okay.
This is Jalister.
Jalister.
Yes,
We
Silvermane.
met.
No, you've not met.
Okay. Chalila Duvet.
Lovely to meet you, miss.
Charmed.
So, what brings you lot to the portal? Well, I know what brings you here. It was me. What brings you, Miss DeVay?
Oh, I just visiting with the old Durnan, and I was working at Froon's Brews, but he's not so good with spending money.
Bruins Brews. I don't think I've heard of that one.
It's a what ward is that in?
It is in the North Ward.
Yeah.
In Troll Skull Alley.
I tell him that.
Oh. I didn't know they had an alehouse there. I do frequent Steam and Steel from time to time to get my armor and weapons repaired, but I didn't know there was a tavern. I'll have to.
I don't think anybody does, honestly.
I'm gonna start going through my pockets while they're talking.
Yeah, if you'd like to look in your inventory, what do you find?
Just kind of pull out some keys and put them on the counter, and then like a mask.
Yeah, it's like a kind of a black and white Venetian style mask, if I may say so. That's got black and white feathers kind of lining the top part, half mask.
Thank you for the drink. Would you happen to know where I could find work, though? I might.
Right, we were just talking about your skills. I see you are well equipped with arms.
Oh, yes.
Forearms, to be exact. No, I'm just kidding.
Handsome.
He motions towards your short sword.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Looks like it's seen some wear.
Maybe.
Well, and clearly you've seen combat. Or at least had a bad day. He mentions your scar.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be putting... I feel like I'm putting you down, but I'm really not trying to.
No. Might need to have a lie down. Something.
Right.
Not sure where I am.
How long has it been since the last time I saw him?
Since you saw each other, it was before you came to Waterdeep. So it was
over,
2 years?
Hmm.
He's got some new scars, but other than that, it hasn't aged a day.
She's just kind of doing it, like, staring at him, confused, trying to figure it out, but not, like, looking away and think. She's just staring at him, like,
And as you guys continue having this conversation with this strange woman staring at you on the other side, Alma.
Hi.
You finally arrive at the portal to relax and probably read some poetry, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm. The nightly ritual.
Yes. However, make a perception check. 15. Looking around, you do see one open seat, but only one. And it is at a table right near the entrance to the portal, which is one of the loudest spots in the bar for you particularly. You see an open seat at a table next to two rather burly looking women having what appears to be a very deep conversation with each other.
I'll go get my drink.
Okay.
Or
Durnan
I'll
doesn't even
approach
say
the
anything.
bar and then decide from there, kind of.
Yeah, as you approach, Durnan just kind of looks and...
People are dying. Hi. Good afternoon, Durnan.
Hello?
How's it going? Quiet this evening?
No, it's quite loud, actually. Do you need something?
Just the usual, please.
Right, that's...
The cheapest red wine you have.
Got it.
But
right.
it sounds way nicer to say the usual.
He turns and pours it and sets it in front of you. It'll be 2 nibs.
Great.
That's 2 copper pieces.
Yeah, you'll have to remind me the conversion rate.
10 copper is 1 silver, and 10 silver is 1 gold.
Oh, what a nightmare.
And 13.3 gold is 1 platinum.
We're here for the math,
Wild
clearly.
stuff.
Plus.
I'll leave.
Great.
Centimeters to inches there.
I will hand over, I guess, 3 nibs.
Thank you kindly. He
Anytime.
takes your money and goes about his business, serving the others.
I'll turn and look towards the burly women who are having a conversation. Do they look nice?
Make an insight check.
Define nice?
Do they look like they'll hit me?
Absolutely. I will punch anything.
That is a natural 1.
Oh. That's the opposite
no,
of
they
both.
actually both look incredibly personable.
Okay. I will go over to where they're standing, holding my wine 2 hands.
Yeah, they're seated.
Okay. Hi. Hey. Hi.
Did you recognize me? Did you want the autograph? And Ollie just immediately flexes.
Do I recognize it?
Actually, Ollie, make a persuasion check.
I love those.
I thought it would be more fun to flip this around so that I'm not constantly just rolling insight, because it's more fun.
15.
You guys are rolling stuff. 15?
Mhm.
Yeah, make an insight check. This isn't so much to... This is more for us to learn if you've heard of the great Ollie Ilno.
That is another natural 1. Because
Nope.
there's a curse on me.
Never heard of her.
It's not a curse on you. That hurt my ego.
You're okay. Wait, I can do this.
Uh-oh.
You're very strong.
Uh-huh.
I don't think this mouse is a big fan of mini sports.
Okay, you do sports.
Okay,
Okay, I've heard of sports. Okay, is it? Do you do something fast?
Ollie sighs. Just hands on the table. I am not fast.
But you're strong. Okay. Do you throw something?
I do throw something.
Is it heavy?
Depends.
You are a construction worker. But a very good one.
Is that a sport?
Do most
It
construction
was a
workers...
sport!
Do
I
most
forgot.
construction workers, throw things?
Sometimes at me or in my general direction. I'm not noticed very often. I'm sorry. I was just hoping to sit here and read my book. I'll be very quiet. I promise I won't hurt you or anything else. I can't hurt you. You're very strong.
Oh.
Can I please just sit at this available seat? There are none except next to the portal, but sometimes things come out of it and it's also very loud. And so I can't.
Make a persuasion check.
Hey!
About 12
Hey!
persuasion checks.
24.
I love when charisma is used as like a pity stat.
That's what they need to add to 6th edition. Pity.
Pitiful is really the.
I don't recall if she actually introduced herself, but I would say at this point in your conversation, this half-orc woman has introduced herself as Yagra, Strongfist. Yagra turns, kind of looking at you. She cocks an eyebrow and kind of smirks a little bit, and then just kind of motions at the chair.
I sit down a little too hard and just immediately open my book to my face.
As you guys are having this conversation, the noise of the bar is suddenly eclipsed by a shout. Like killing me mates, does ya, you pig? Yagra takes the full brunt of a wild swinging punch to the back of the head from a male human with patchy, poorly shaved head, with a few long strands of hair still left behind. Barely hidden by a dirty ascot on his neck, Ollie, you kind of do a double take, not only because this woman that you were just talking to got punched in the back of the head, but just peeking out of the ascot on his neck is what looks like a little symbol of Bacab. But then you realize that there is no eye, and the points are in the wrong spot. 4 other humans stand behind him, ready to jump into the fray, as Yagra stands and slowly turns, her 7-foot-tall frame dwarfing the attacker. She just... and she leaps at the tattooed figure. Before any of you can see if blood is drawn, a crowd of spectators clusters around the brawl, kind of trapping you guys on the other side of the table from where she was sitting. There's a shower of tortilla chips as a waitress is shoulder checked by the scuffle. What do you all do?
I immediately turn to Alma and say, no offense, you look like you need it. And I, like, punch her arm very gently and cast resistance.
Okay.
It means you can add a d4 to any sort of, like, saving throw.
We're at level 1 and you're a sorcerer. I'm not going to make you take damage for that.
Okay.
Thank you for not breaking my arms.
What's happening over at the bar? You hear this shout, and the bar kind of goes quiet, and then a thud, and then you hear the large growl, and at this point you've probably turned and see as people are crowding around what appears to be a bar fight.
Cholula.
I kind of finish a drink and immediately start walking through the crowd.
Yeah, Cholula goes, well, and she pulls up her apron so that it's like over her, it's up so she doesn't mess up her shirt.
Right.
And kind of like unrolls the knife roll on her side so that she can easily grab and start heading that way also.
Hell yeah. I need all of you to roll initiative.
I know it.
What?
Is that another one?
Yes.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not.
Do you enjoy this?
No.
Do you enjoy these ones?
Alrighty. Let me make some rolls as well, real quick.
For everyone in the crowd, I presume.
Yeah.
All of them.
You want to just make like 300 quick rolls?
Yeah.
It's a busy bar.
Yeah.
It's a huge bar. 300.
All right. Anybody 25 to 20?
21.
21 for Cholula. 20 to 15.
15.
18.
18 for Ollie and 15 for Silas.
For
I can say it
Silas.
now.
I
Yes.
can say it now.
Wait, did you not know your name either?
No.
I knew. I saw this about 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. He knew he was a human monk, and that was it. All right, Alma.
That's a 4. Strong 4.
All right.
At least you get like a +3 to initiative.
I do, yes.
I get diddly do.
See,
All
when
right.
you know that you're cursed, you make a pitiful character on purpose so that it might still work.
I've never
All right.
rolled a diddly do.
That's actually the name of your dice set. The Diddly Doos. Yeah.
I've been rolling diddly doos this whole time.
All of today.
Say
that again, please.
If I could have, first up, Cholula. As you are approaching, you see this crowd has encircled the brawl. Are you going to try and push your way through?
Yes.
All right. I need you to make an athletics check.
Okay.
Try and muscle through the crowd.
That was a 3.
3. As you're like trying to push through, there's like people are like, this is the most excitement that's happened in the bar probably today. So everybody's crowding around and you're just getting kind of like knocked back and forth. That's your action. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
Can I find maybe like a table or something that I can get up a little bit higher?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, easily enough with your movement. There's actually the table that Ali, Yagra, and Alma were just sitting at. That is a mouthful of names. You step up onto the round table and are looking down, and you can see this burly half-orc woman is on top of a man who is like desperately scraggling and trying to pull his way out from under her. And there's 4 other dudes that look like they're about to go on the offensive against her.
Okay.
And in Cholula's turn, that's going to be Ollie. Your table is kind of pushed back against you, kind of pinning you to the chair even more. And then you see this, like, as people begin to like push in, one person even gets up on top of your table.
Considering how crazy this is all going, I very quickly shout out, "Sorry, Darnan!" And I break the chair so I can get out.
Make an athletics check, yeah. I'll call this an object interaction, why not?
10? Not enough to break a chair.
How strong is that chair?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the chairs here
are
are pretty
cheap.
sturdy. Yawning Portal actually has very nice furniture. But it's also
very nice furniture.
pretty old, and for you, no problem. You break the chair and are
And
freed.
I'm gonna try to wiggle myself around and sort of put myself in between Yagra and the guy who attacked.
Okay, so you will also have to try and muscle through the crowd. So if I
Yes.
could have you, for your action, make another athletics check. First one's a free action because she was just interacting with the chair.
It's just a chair.
Interacting.
Okay. That is a 18.
18? Yeah, you bowl over about 3 people and actually leaves an opening, Cholula, that you see will probably still be there in the next round. So you've used free action in your action to burst your way into the circle. You see Yagra on top of this dude on the floor, just punching the shit out of his kidneys as he's like yelping and trying to pull himself away. And you see all of his friends are like terrified, but also are like
He deserves
reaching
it.
to draw knives.
Oh, okay. Then I'm just gonna sort of like stand real close next to her and give all of the guys who are about to draw knives just like a good old mean look.
Yeah, make an intimidation check.
Absolutely.
Ooh, we don't get to do these very often.
Ew.
Gang. It's not a fa, but it's a 21.
Hell yeah. Yeah, your eyes once again glow with that kind of golden radiance as you stand and stare. And already terrified of Yagra, they look up at you, and you swear you can see one of them pee himself.
Yes.
Hell yeah, that's gonna be Silas.
In this round, I'm aware it's simultaneous, but do I see any kind? Does this look like an insurmountable group of people in front of me?
It looks like you could push through. Somebody just did. I would say actually make a perception check as a free action to see if you notice the opening that was just made by Ollie.
That was a big old college word you used.
Insurmountable.
I had to wait for context clues.
Can you spell it?
16?
Absolutely not.
16? Yeah, you actually see an opening. If you can just hop over the 3 people that were just bowled down onto the floor, you can absolutely get in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Just kind of drone face. Like maybe he looks a bit confused by like why he's walking towards it, but is walking towards it.
As part of your movement, make an acrobatics check to hop the 3 bodies.
Well, it has 2 Fs on it. Is that a good thing?
I'm gonna say
Hey, can I have one of those?
you rush up and you see the opening and you're about to go through, but then you notice, and this is all like split seconds. You see the opening, see the bodies, turn, see the woman that was just staring at you is now standing up on a table, and you're like, oh, table. And you walk over and you step like you're about to lift yourself up onto the table, but instead of lifting up, you just do a backflip off of it over the bodies and land backwards in the ring, turning around to see a half-orc woman beating the shit out of some dude and 4 other guys who smell like pee.
Good. That was a free perception check too, I'm imagining. Okay, good. I'm in the area. I'm going to draw a short sword and attack the nearest. Going to disarm if someone already has their weapon out, if I could.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
$23.
23.
What?
I forgot I was doing it with the short sword.
Yeah,
It's a flat 17.
No need to roll damage since you're going for a disarm. You do this crazy fucking backflip and land and turn around, and the short sword is already out when you land. You don't even remember pulling it out of its sheath. But you just take like one lunging step forward, and with a swift motion, you actually cut the knife belt off of one of the dudes standing there. He was like going for his knife, and as he was closing his fist, it just fell out of his reach.
Sick flip.
Would you like to use your bonus action to do
I
anything
would.
else
I would like
ridiculous?
to. Again, maybe at every movement looking confused as to why my extremities are extended, I just kind of look at my hand and press it towards his sternum as an unarmed strike.
Yeah, as a bonus action. Yeah, go for it.
16.
16 hits.
Neat.
This time I do need you to roll damage.
Oh,
Fuck him up.
That's a 6, I'll put.
6? All right. Whew. Okay. Hell yeah. Ending Silas's turn
Yeah.
after this amazing display. That's gonna be the dudes. So, the one who just had his knife cut off and then got like solar plexus in the chest, he takes a couple of steps back. Yeah, and turns and starts pushing against the other side of the crowd of people trying to get out. Someone good. Yeah, okay. Two of the others do the same and are also trying to push their way out, but one of them draws a dagger and kind of looks at all of you, still wet in the pants, and looks down at Yagra on top of his friend, who has just managed to pull himself out from under her, looking beat to hell, like barely breathing. This dude is like crawling across the floor, and he's gonna rush forward and make a dagger attack at Yagra.
Aw.
No.
It's not fun when you get
Yeah,
It's
sometimes
not
I
fun
crit
when
too,
you-
and it's not fun.
No.
But it's just a dagger, so.
That's true.
She takes 6 points
Wow.
of piercing damage as he just rushes forward and stabs her into her ribs. That's going to be all the dudes. That's going to be Yagra's turn. She's just going to fucking clap this dude's head.
Oh my gosh.
Knife's still in her side. She is going to try and
She don't
smash this
care.
man's skull.
Yeah. Smash it.
Oh.
A 1.
So that
Welcome
means like
to my
hamburger or
life.
hot dogs.
I just like to explore the spectrum. So yeah, she goes to smash his skull, and this dude is quick. He actually moves down out of the way just in time for her to just make a loud clap. She's 7 feet tall. Her hands are large. It echoes. Yeah, that's pretty much all that she can do. She's not going to move. Alma.
Yeah, I'm still sitting at my table.
Yeah.
There was a woman on it.
Yeah, like book in hand still. The chair next to you explodes. There is a woman standing on the table. A man just did a backflip off of it too.
And I recognize him.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually make a perception check to see, because it was pretty quick. He like ran up and did all of this.
Perception?
Uh-huh.
12.
Yeah, you'd recognize that guy anywhere.
Okay. I don't really have any interest in fighting these random men in a bar fight. I came here to read a book and drink some wine.
Yeah, I would say Alma is also aware of the strict laws around casting magic in Waterdeep. And being a registered spell user, probably a good call.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you all the code legal. You know the rules.
Yes.
You have them at your disposal.
So in its place,
This just in. Killing is bad.
murder is wrong?
What?
What?
But I'm an adventurer.
I don't know anything about that. So in lieu of an assault,
Mhm.
I'm instead at the man who just appeared, who I'm pretty sure is who I think it is.
You're absolutely certain.
I'm absolutely certain.
And again, has not aged a day since the last time you saw him.
Is the scar new to me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to send one of my spirit whispers out. The message cantrip.
Yeah. Oh, this is great. Are you sending it to him?
Uh-huh.
Perfect. He won't know what's going on because by the nature of how this ability works for you, I relay the message to him.
Yes.
So I'll do that whenever he gets back from what I assume is a potty break.
And I'm just going to have them say, "Who are you?" Unless he's watching right now in the potty. I hope not. But I'm going to have them say, "Who are you?"
Okay. So I will resolve that whenever he joins us back at the table.
Mm-hmm.
That's your action to cast message.
Yes. And then I'm going to kind of scooch back a little bit. With my chair, I'm just kind of scooting backwards.
Yeah, and you find yourself quickly against a pillar. I think.
Can I scooch behind that pillar? I'll ditch the chair if I have to.
Yeah, you can kind of squeeze between the pillar and the spiral staircase that leads up to the second floor.
That is a great place for me to be.
Okay. So you managed to squeeze your way in there. Silas, after you palm this dude to the chest and he starts running away from you, you hear an unfamiliar whisper in your ears that just says, "Who are you?" And you can respond to this message if you would like to.
Amidst this fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just clarify. It doesn't seem to be audible to anyone else?
No. No one else reacts like you are.
Apparently I'm Silas.
A moment passes, and you hear a voice say, "Apparently, he is Silas." And the voice fades. Does that end your turn, Alma?
That ends my turn.
Neat. That's just Taylor.
All right. At the top of the round, the room falls silent as another voice bellows across the room. "Enough!" You all turn and look as the crowd instinctively parts, and you have a clear view of the bartender, Dernan, with one hand stretched towards the door. "Out, you lot! Go! And take your snivelling weasel of a mate with ya!" And he motions at the tattooed man.
I'm going to step on the belt of the sword that I cut.
Yeah, there's a pause. He goes to reach for it. Actually, no, he doesn't go to reach for it. He was already running. As soon as the crowd allows, those three dudes are out. And this dude with the dagger kind of looks kind of... Actually, everybody make an insight check.
That's a dirty 20.
That's a 5.
Get him. Me too.
22, dirty 25.
I couldn't math. That was 19.
19. Cholula, you've never heard Dernan be so loud, which is just amazing to you.
Yeah.
He usually barely says words. The rest of you, Silas, Alma, and Ollie, you all looking at this man, dagger in hand, that he's just pulled out of Yagra, they both stop and look kind of knowingly at Dernan, and you get the sense that they don't fuck with that dude. The dude cleans off his dagger and kind of spits on the floor in front of Yagra before helping up his shitty little friend and carrying him and his poorly shaved head outside. Yagra, we will now drop combat, I should say.
Yeah, I'll get off the table, I guess.
All right, and the bard kicks back up, playing his jams, as Yagra approaches the two of you, Ollie and Silas, holding her side. "Thank you for your help. My apologies. I normally would have handled something like that much better."
Do you need me to, are you okay? Do you want me to?
I have a stab wound.
You want me to take care of it, is what I'm saying.
By all means. I would be forever indebted.
I put a hand on her shoulder and cast Cure Wounds.
Hell yeah, go ahead and roll for
I
healing.
was really
please.
hoping you'd just be like, I give it a little smooch.
So, a D8 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Catches
if
always
I'm
make
not
it
mistaken.
better.
You want me to kiss your stab wound?
That's 12 points.
12? She's back
Wow.
full.
Oh, wait. 14. Cause
yeah, 'cause you're
I have-
special.
Yeah.
Her wound fully closes. That's quite a gift that you have.
Yeah, I wish I had it when, all the different day. Hey,
And
you brought
thank
a
you.
table.
Your reflexes were outstanding.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen so many men flee in fear.
You went right on into that, didn't you?
The crowd has now dispersed. Alma, you kind of slowly
Yeah,
peek
I'm
your head
still
out
behind a pillar.
from...
I guess I did.
Still a bit tense. I'm going to go have a lie down. Thank you all again. Please feel free to get yourselves an ale on my tab. Just tell them it's on Strongfist. Actually, I'll let Dernan know before I head upstairs. Thank you again. And she kind of does like a no insight check needed. She's like a little disappointed that she needed backup, but she thanks you regardless and does a little bow and stiffly walks over to the bar and tells Dernan a drink for each of the two of you on her tab.
Well, like nod back, I guess. She walks back by and pick up the sword, and I'll walk over to Dernan with it. I don't know if you have a
Spoils of war. Looks like you got yourself a new dagger, mate.
Yeah, I guess.
Looks like shite.
Yeah,
You win some, you lose some. Here's your ale.
thanks.
And
I'll
yours as well.
So about the chair, can I just pay you for it? Or,
You don't know how to like mend it or something?
it only works on people. I tried.
Oh.
Well, I didn't try here, but I've tried.
Tell you what, I'll start you a tab.
I'm irresponsible.
Unless you got 6 gold pieces on you to replace it right now. Gold dragons, I should say. I'm from Waterdeep. I live here.
Let's start a tab, and we'll
Hashtag
catch
Dernan's
up.
a doppelganger.
This is a terrible way to tell me. I'll actually start that tab, and Ollie sort of very quickly walks back to her table.
Alright. And Dernan, unless anybody else has words for him, we'll go back to his business.
I'm still behind my pillar.
Mhm.
Can I send another message?
Yes.
I'm gonna send one that just says, "What are you doing here?"
Okay. Silence. You hear another strange voice in your mind, different than the one before. This one sounds like an echoing voice of a young child. What are you doing here?
I'm where's the bathroom here?
He wants to know where the bathroom is here.
Not you.
You don't hear that voice.
Okay.
You ask your question.
Excuse
You ask your question, and then there's just the usual bar sound returns. It's like someone's whispering in your ear. You only hear it on one side each time. Alma, he wants to know where the bathroom is.
Alma is frustrated.
Miss, you fought and healed very well. Would you happen to know what the bathroom is here?
Can I do a quick? Actually, can I do a quick glance around?
I'd say you've been here long enough. You were aware that there's a privy on the 3rd floor.
3.
Okay. Yeah. He just kind of scampers off to the, just kind of cowering, scampers away, just to a private hallway or stairwell.
If I may ask, which spiral staircase are you headed towards?
This one.
Okay.
Right. I'm to believe the bar is tucked
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah. So as you're walking that direction, yeah, you've got the highest passive perception of the bunch.
Yeah.
You notice a small, mousy girl, not like a mouse folk, but like a person that is mousy. Appears to be half elf actually, who is kind of peering at you out from behind the pillar.
I would say
as you
like
walk,
a hard stare is probably a good.
yeah, like right as you walk past, because there's like pillar and then there's staircase, and in the space between that is this girl who is just staring at you.
Yeah, I just give her a quick nod and then move up the stairs.
Okay.
Before you can get there, I like grab your sleeve as hard as I
Ooh,
can.
Make an athletics check, and you can make athletics or acrobatics. This is a grapple check.
Oh, that's what I do. Well,
That is what you do.
It's an 8.
It was a 5.
Oh.
You guys kind of like
Sorry,
tussle
sir.
first. She like is obviously grabbing at you, and you like get away, but just barely. She like gets your sleeve, but you pull it out.
Excuse me, miss.
Why are you here? Where did you come from?
Was brought here by a Jalister. Brought me here. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Do I recognize the name? What is a Jalister?
It's a person.
I don't.
It's a human with the name Jalister.
Is that who? Is that where you've been?
Actually, roll me roll a d20. This is going to be like a death saving throw to see if you've run into Jalister, because he frequents the Yawning Portal as well.
7.
Nope, never met.
Well, I'm sorry. What's your name? I don't know if I remember. I'm Silas.
I know. I'm Alma.
It's good to meet you, Alma. I'm just gonna go off to the privy, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Do I recognize this person?
No,
I love there's no roll.
you don't recognize any of these people. You've never met anyone. You've met a couple people now. You've met Cholula and Jalister and Durnan. You'd recognize them if you saw them again.
I just walk away. As soon as I realize he doesn't recognize me.
Okay, she abruptly turns and leaves.
Okay. Just a private bar. Just wanted to go to a nice, quiet bar. Just catch my bearings. I just make my way up the stairs.
Yeah, you make your way up to the privy. In the meantime, what are the rest of you up to?
Do I see that interaction between Alma and Silas?
Make a perception check.
I would also like to know if I saw.
You want a 10 or higher?
Ooh, ooh.
That is a natural 19 plus whatever.
Yeah.
I also got a 19.
Yeah, you both see this interaction.
Twinsies.
So I just kind of meet with her after she turns away from him. He gets confused.
You know him.
I met him, gosh, probably 2 years ago now, but he doesn't remember. He honestly seemed confused then, too. But
2 years ago. Here?
no, there was circus and...
Alma, you haven't seen Silas in 5 years. No. 7 years?
It's been a long time.
I think 5.
On. Follow-up question. You saw him in this country?
Well, that's a little bit more confusing than it should be, honestly.
No, I get that part. Okay, so not here, not even
No.
here.
No,
2 years ago.
right.
And he doesn't remember you.
Hey, you guys all,
Does he know you? Who are you?
My name's Cholula Duvet Charm.
Hi, I'm Alma.
Ollie.
Do you know him?
I don't know any of you guys, but, like, do you recognize me? And Ollie sort of like cocks her arm up just a little bit.
She does sports.
Make a persuasion.
It's sports.
I think she's helping.
Yeah, with advantage. Oh, hell yeah.
It's a 23.
Yeah, no roll required.
Okay.
You are not heavily immersed in the world of sports across Kavora, but you have heard of, like I don't know anything about football, but I know who Tom Brady is, you know? You have
Who
heard,
is he?
He's a football player for the Patriots.
Oh, is
That's more information than I knew.
No, that's
all I
Bucks
know.
now.
I can't even vouch.
He plays for the Bucks now.
Shit.
You had it. Yeah, that's the thing.
Like 8
No,
years. You have heard of a famous, renowned javelin thrower by the name of Ollie Ilno.
Ollie? The
A
javelin
woman of
thrower.
Good taste, finally.
I don't know about that.
Ollie just sort of opens her arms real big for a hug. And
Yeah,
just,
I'll
like
hug.
doesn't even wait for you to return it. Just immediately embrace.
Alma just steps out from in between them.
If I may ask before we get a little bit further in this, Silas, are you actually going to use the bathroom?
Yeah, I don't know how long it would take for this particular character to find it, but he's just throwing water from a
Make a
basin.
survival check.
Yeah.
How long does it take to do a pee-pee?
He's pretty wise.
It's like, and he got help learning where the bathroom was. I told him where it was.
14.
14?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't take you very long.
Just throwing water on my face. Like I've heard voices. A strange tiny person grabbed my sleeve and was very angry with me.
Yeah, I will.
I got into a fight I didn't realize I was getting into.
I will cue you when you return downstairs. But in the meantime, yeah, you recognize Ollie Ilno, and now she's hugged you. That's kind of
Quite
cool.
fun to meet you.
Oh, thanks. You too.
Matt, what are you doing here?
I'm kind of looking for a group of people who've actually gone into the real portal over there. You know, like gone down and under.
You want to go there?
No,
on
I don't.
Purpose.
I don't want to go there. I'm looking for people who already have.
Anybody in particular, or
No, I just needed a group to join. I feel kind of cliche about this, but I'm kind of on like a quest. I had some buddies, and Ollie sort of like pauses on the word buddies, and very gently sort of like takes out her left hand and sort of like swivels a ring that's on it. I lost some buddies over at Ye Old Temple, and she immediately flashes a smile to dispel any sort of negative thoughts you guys had for a second. And I just want to go, revenge arc, just a little spin on it.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
does it pay?
In honor for helping, someone like
think-
me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't pay, but I can. Listen, they'll let me stay pretty much at the Temple of Macabre whenever. So if you guys need like a free place to lay the old head,
Do I know
can-
where that is?
I would say, yeah, you're aware Well,
speak.
I'd say you are aware that there is a Temple of Macabre in the Sea Ward. You've passed it a couple times.
Okay. Sorry, that was just for me.
It's one of the more kind of lavish temples of the area.
Especially compared to the one that I frequent.
Yes.
Which is a
Yeah.
nightmare festival.
Actually, everybody make a religion check. Let's see if I can talk about lore for a second.
This one?
Not you, you're not here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 1, buddy.
Hold on.
Cholula's not religious.
I'm gonna check
No.
that one.
She not.
That's a dirty 20.
Doesn't
Okay.
even care about
one's
architecture
fine.
really at this point with that roll.
Ooh, okay, 14.
14 and
Dirty 20.
dirty 20. Yeah, Alma, you are aware that Ilnader is the broken god, the one who takes on the suffering of those who follow him so that they might be at ease. Bakab is the god of desire. And magic in most circles. So there's a bit of a difference in practice of worship between those two, for sure.
What are some real world examples?
No thanks.
If we could just clip every no thanks from this show, we could have 30 minutes.
At about this time, Silas, you return in the tap room, if you so choose.
Yeah, trying to find the group that I had departed from, if I could.
Yeah, make a perception check.
It's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You don't see Jalister. He appears to have left in the kerfuffle. But you do see Cholula and Ollie, who I think you got her name.
Yeah. Kind of, sort of.
You guys had a beer together.
Yeah.
From Durnan. Rather, from Yagra.
The orange one. Okay. Follow the orange one.
Did you guys all like do a thing together? Because like you know him. Seemed like you didn't know.
Welcome back. Turns out we just met.
Hello, I'm Silas.
You
That
like
is,
sports?
I can't say I don't.
I'm gonna say by the look on his face, which is very obviously confused.
Yeah.
Ollie thinks about doing it and immediately is like, never mind.
Why are you all in sport?
I used to be. It's a long story, but like, you guys, did you all go through the portal? Did you guys go down there?
No, absolutely nobody goes into the portal.
Well, no, people go. I sit here. I watch them. go
Nobody comes
in and
out of the
Just out of
portal.
curiosity, where are you guys having this conversation? Are you by the bar? At a table?
We're probably right next to the table. That
Yeah, I
Yeah.
went back to them. I think they're at the table.
The OG table, the best table in the place.
Yeah.
This chair is broken.
I needed to get out and like fight. So like, it seemed like the quickest thing to do was to break the tape.
I'm
like,
sure Dun just started her a tab. It's fine.
Yeah.
You need to get out of a chair.
Well, like when the fighting was happening, I needed to like bust. There were people behind me, and I didn't want to just go through the people. Like I could have, but like it seemed like the chair.
And then you got out, avoiding throwing people, and then threw 3 people.
Well,
more importantly,
kind of.
No, just asking.
when did you get here?
Just before the fighting had begun, I was speaking with Jalissa and
Not
Miss Cholula
here, the portal, here, Waterdeep.
today. Again, just before the fighting, we
Do you know where you came from?
apart from birth.
What the fuck is that? You hear shouts of alarm
Oh, good.
Pointing at Silas.
ring throughout the bar as you hear the distant thunk, 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 as a hulking figure launches itself up and out of the shaft in the middle of the tap room. A monster with warty green skin, a tangled nest of wiry black hair, 4 long carrot-shaped noses, and 8 bloodshot eyes. As it looks around, it bears its yellow teeth from each of its 4 heads, and you can see half a dozen bat-like creatures attached to its body, and 5 more circling above it like giant flies. Everyone in the tavern falls silent with fear. Everyone except Durnan, who shouts, "Dire Troll!" And that is where we are going to take our break.
I get the comments.
And now, what you've all been waiting for, giveaways.
Giveaways.
We're giving away.
Sorry, Quebec.
If you are watching live on the Arcanarama Twitch channel, we are giving away this set of custom, handmade Fantasy Forge dice.
The purple.
Yeah.
Gold.
In order to win this set of dice for yourself, enter the word "dire" in the chat once for your chance to win the set of custom Fantasy Forge dice handmade by me. That's dire, D-I-R-E. Multiple entries will be disqualified, and you don't actually have to be a follower. It's for anyone. So yeah, but we appreciate followers. So if you want to click that heart,
Yeah, do
Do
that.
it
Yeah.
Click
Don't.
the heart.
I
Yeah.
get to see more of my face.
I
Pretend
saw
like
it
it's
cross
a
your
requirement.
face. You should just do it.
and if you are watching us from the hosted stream over at Arcanite Games, we are giving away these flat plastic zombie miniatures. There's 31 of them in total, and we're actually giving away 5 sets of these to 5 different winners. So, to enter to win those, enter the code TROLL in the chat. That's TROLL.
That is on the Arcanite Games channel.
Yes.
Mhm.
Arcanite Games for flat plastic miniatures, Arcanarama for dice.
Porque no los dos.
Right? Hedge bets. Once again, more than one entry will disqualify you, and you've got to be a follower to be eligible to win. Except you don't, but it's appreciated. So click the heart.
Yeah, you should do it.
We will be back in 15 minutes to announce the giveaway winners and to fight this troll. So don't go anywhere.
Troll. We're fighting a troll.
Cut away from me.
As the line of monstrous bandits advance towards you, you hear creaking coming from the woods, when suddenly, belching out from the forest, the dire troll. You're up first.
I cast Fireball.
That's all of them. Roll damage.
All 6s.
Booyah!
All right, you're next.
I cast Cone of Cold. It says 8d8 right here. 64 points of damage.
I cast Lightning Bolt.
That's all right with me.
You just did that.
Arcanite spell effects. The only area of effect printed on clear, flexible plastic.
Arcanite spell effects will not actually produce fire, lightning, ice, darkness, acid, thorns, or any other real-world effects. Use only as GM directed. Batteries not included.
Hello and welcome back. Before we get to this fight, we are going to announce some winners of some giveaways. We're going to announce the Arcanarama winner of the dice. However, we are going to keep the Arknight giveaway going. We will announce that at the end of the stream. But the winner of these handmade Fantasy Forge dice is Avenging Penguin!
Avenging Penguin!
Avenging Penguin!
Congratulations!
You're a winner!
I will avenge thee!
If I understand things correctly, you should get a direct message through Twitch that you can respond to, and then we will get in contact with you and figure out where to send these beautiful, beautiful dice. And if you don't, we'll have to pick somebody else, so you should probably do that.
Congratulations, Avenging Penguin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
You won.
wonderful name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Top tier.
Wonderful stuff. Only Morgan Freeman's voice comes up when I think of that name.
I think of Benedict Cumberbatch.
Penguin?
Penguin.
Penguin.
Avenging
That
Penguin.
next
Penguin.
window you would have.
I didn't know I'd feel so emotional about our first giveaway winner, but I'm attached to
Yeah,
you.
it's sending your it's sending your first set of kids off to school.
I'm crying now.
Alright, roll initiative.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
right. All right,
Shit.
unfun.
Also, if you were trying to win those flat plastic miniatures,
We're announcing.
keep going
Yeah,
in
keep-
the Arknight.
Keep entering the
Chat.
word troll, TROLL, into the Arknight chat. We're going to choose a winner and announce that at the end of the stream.
Wow.
But in the meantime, let's kill some level 1 players.
No, I want to live.
Be very funny.
Me too.
Please, Mr. Dungeon Master, I want to live.
Cholula is a fan favorite. I can tell.
Cholula.
Let us know in the chat.
Cholula.
Should we kill off Cholula in the chat? Tell us. We'll do it.
We'll turn on her.
You wouldn't.
No, we can't see the chat.
Yeah.
We can't.
Mm-mm.
I don't want to.
I
I'm
could,
scared.
but yeah.
I'm afraid. But I love you.
I might look at it later.
We're gonna look later.
I'm not gonna look later.
I'm gonna look later.
Is that something you can do?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you rewatch the VOD and have chat open, you can see live replay of chat as well. But not if you scrub.
I might look at it later.
No scrubs. Anybody 25 to 20?
23.
Jeez.
Well,
I mean,
20 to 15?
18.
Ooh.
15. Again.
oh, I y'all got pluses.
And
You're
how
gonna
did
need to
fate
work on
befall
that.
you, Ollie?
Some of us didn't get good dex.
What did you roll, Ollie?
I 14.
14? That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay.
It's not bad for a
I
beginner.
have one more person to roll for. I'll look it up. You rolled a 15.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that an order?
It was a question.
Ooh, 50. Did you?
Prove it. Sorry. I should have gotten my affairs in order.
Your affairs. We were busy eating snacks.
Can that be canon? We just, like, a fight starts and our food lands at the table and we're just like,
Can you give us
Congratulations.
just
15
like a
minutes?
second.
Congratulations again to Avenging Penguin. I'm still thinking about how awesome that name is.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
it actually rhymes better with the way that Benedict Cumberbatch pronounces it.
Avenging Penguin.
Avenging
Avenging Penguin.
Avenging Penguin.
Avenging
The voice is always deeper than I think it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Avenging Penguin.
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 You have to.
Oh, that's
You
not
have to
words
fight.
anymore.
I don't make good voices, so I just stick with my own. Everyone else is so
Face shape,
talented
mouth
with
shape.
it.
Yeah. What's Benedict Cumberbatch's face shape in general, other than daggers, I
No,
guess?
he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, you gotta pull that chin way further into your neck.
Penguin. I have to bite it.
I did like that.
Yeah.
Here we go. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
It's intense.
All right. Up first. Well, first, let me just go ahead and remove the top layer. Of the portal.
Take that
Oh, the
top
chairs.
off.
It's supposed to happen.
Do you need our little temporary babies?
Oh, yes.
Yes, please. Yeah, we'll have some official minis soon. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I can't
Oh,
reach.
wait, I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
There we go.
Oh, no. She's already dead.
Things were
I'm gonna fall
already.
like that.
Oh boy. In a kerfuffle.
Yo.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Tiny tables?
And stools. Little baby
There's little
stools.
tiny candles and things.
So you
Tiny
guys
food.
were chilling over at your table. We've got Silas and Cholula and Alma probably over here. And Alma.
Yeah.
She died. When leaping up out of the portal, a dire troll.
Oh, it's somehow looking away from me and at me all at once.
He's got eyes in the back of his back.
Is there a shot for the stream of this?
Oh, for sure.
They get to see.
Of the troll? Well,
Yeah.
if not, you saw it in the break because it's the same troll mini that we used in our Arknight commercial.
Yeah.
Oh
Which
yeah, he does it.
should be on YouTube next week.
Ooh, I
Yeah.
can send it to my grandma.
Yeah. Josh is
I'm
asking
on
She
how he
only
can reach.
watches YouTube.
So
Oh, he got it. Cool.
there is massive dire troll and buzzing about his head. I don't have enough things for all of them, but
Oh, good
we're gonna
golly.
pretend that these paladins and skeletons are sturges. There's also one buzzing around over here. That is a kobold sturge.
I came here to play D&D, not to pretend.
Well, use your mind pictures.
All right.
For those that get them.
As well.
I'm the only person at this.
Actually, you know what? Quick veto. That's where that goes. This mummy will be a sturge, and this paladin is going to be our stand-in for Dernan, who has leapt over the bar,
Darn it!
rushes up to all of you. As he turns and looks at you and says, "All right, looks like all of these other wusses ran off. You take care of the sturges. I'll handle the troll. When he goes down, douse him in lamp oil and light him a flame." And then he pulls a sword, like a massive sword that you didn't really even see him carrying out, and rushes over, screaming towards the troll. And that is where we will begin initiative. Cholula.
Well,
I'm probably gonna stand for this.
so I think that Cholula is going to I think she's gonna take a paring knife and toss it at probably a little red guy Sturge over
Okay.
there. Also, does she know what a Sturge is?
Make a nature check as a free action.
17.
7 is 35. It's in range, yeah.
17.
17? Yes, you're aware of what a sturge is. You know that sturges are these big, nasty, essentially like giant mosquitoes.
Ugh.
And you do see a couple of them kind of drop off of the body of the troll and look pretty bloated and make their way back down the portal to digest their meals. But these ones are still hungry.
Nasty. Okay.
So yeah, go ahead and make an attack roll as you toss your dagger. Or your kitchen knife, I should say.
25.
25? That hits, for sure. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Oh, I did the wrong one. Don't do that. Do this. 6 points of damage.
Ooh.
Woo!
Yikes.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Yeah, your kitchen knife sticks into this flying giant mosquito with its nasty flesh wings, and you see as Troll's blood begins to just kind of pour out of the wound as it is just barely keeping itself up in the air.
Okay. I'm going to need that back. And then for a bonus action, I'm going to shift.
Hell yeah. So yeah, do you want to describe what that looks like to us?
Sure, yeah. So her, she gets a little bit overall fuzzier. And then her claws sort of come out more in her fingers and also in her toes. And then her canines were already kind of sharp, but they just like extend a little bit more. And she's slightly beefier.
Hell
Saber-toothed Cholula.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Saber-toothed duvet.
Saber-toothed duvet.
All right. Do you want to move anywhere? You're currently yonder.
I think I'll make my way towards that red one, but I want to go around the tables. I don't want to get too close to the
Around this
troll. Yeah.
Okay.
But I am gonna need that knife back.
20, 25.
While I'm shifted, I have an extra 10 feet of movement.
That gets you
40.
40? 40. That gets you to there, around the tables.
Tight. Okay.
Hell yeah. Ready for it to drop. That ends Cholula's turn. That's going to be Alma.
Okay. So I remember being told to douse this thing in oil so that it's ready to be lit on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to pull out the oil flask that all of us have from our adventuring gear.
If you chose that pack, yeah.
I did. So I will pull that out and just kind of like drop it into the air, and my mage hand picks it up and just kind of crashes it over the head of this troll.
Hell
with
yeah.
my action.
Yeah, go ahead and make an attack roll using your spellcasting modifier.
15?
15.
Wait, my spellcasting modifier or my spell attack?
Spell attack.
Okay, 15.
15. Yeah. You it's within the range of your mage hand as you hand it the flask of oil, and it easily this you can just see like the two hands kind of to the wrist that disappear that carry the oil for you over, wisping up and splashing it onto the troll's head.
Great. And then I'd like to get on the other side of this table, closer to where my friends are currently hanging out, away from the troll.
Okay, do you want to go over the table or around?
Around. We're not going to be... We're not crazy.
15, 20.
Yeah, that's a good...
25. Get you right behind
That's a
your
good
friends.
place for me.
Okay.
To hang out.
That is going to end Alma's turn.
Yes.
That's going to be the Sturges. Let's see. Alright. It's 25. That's within range. The red Sturge, almost knowing, Cholula, that you need your knife back, flies down to you. But it doesn't slow down. And it is going to attempt to drain your blood.
Mm.
Oh god. Not with that die, though. Let's see. 17 to hit.
Dang, yeah.
Alright. You take 5 points of piercing damage.
Are you about to say and? I thought you were about to say and.
And it is attached to you.
Okay.
So it sticks its nasty little like tube mouth probably into like your thigh, and then just like clings onto you and stays there.
Ugh. Okay.
And he looks thirsty.
Need some milk.
This one is actually going to fly forward at Durnan and do the same. To hit, just hits. So Dernan also takes 7 points of piercing damage. And it attaches to him. He seems unbothered. That will be this one. I guess I can use these squares. 20, 25. This one's going to hover above the table and go for Ollie's head. 14 to hit.
That'll do it.
That hits.
Hits.
What?
13.
Did you equip your armor? Sorry,
Yeah.
that just feels off.
Her dex is super low.
Yeah.
Right? Move.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
I'm pretty, not strong.
You take 4 points of piercing damage and also have a sturge. You manage to get your head out of the way, but it sticks directly into your shoulder and stays there. Let's see, we got 2 more.
Tell them to suck it.
I'll let them know.
That's what they do.
Oh.
They suck.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
The puns I would have made if I remembered that.
40. Of course it gets into there. I'm going to put them here because it's easier for me.
I forgot about this battle song. Forgot about this Shakira battle song.
These two kind of staying in a pair, fly over here, purely because that's what they would do, not because it's easier for me.
Sure.
And that's all they can do. Well,
Oh, good.
they'll actually split up. And this one's going to go 30.
Mm-hmm.
No.
30 and probably 40 total to get down to you, but it can't attack because it uses its action to get there. This one is going to do the same towards Darren.
Oh.
Yikes.
Okay. That's the Sturges. That's going to be Dernan's turn. Dernan, being the badass that he is, pulls out his badass sword, and he's going to carry this Sturge. He'll risk an opportunity attack from that one as he rushes up towards the troll. Natural 2 is not going to hit Dernan, but he's going to swing and make... I feel like I remember this being absurd. Yeah, he's going to make 4 melee attacks on this troll.
Yeah, I mean, we can just go on another break.
Also, if any of these are a crit, I'm going to roll them one at a time, actually. That's bad news bears for trolls. No crits this time.
He hyped it up. Like,
Yeah.
I was ready.
I was ready for one to just pop up.
10 misses. Uh, 14 also misses. And then 2 hits.
Nice.
Hells yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Roll the dice.
That's for 1. 9,
Is the troll dead?
19,
Oh.
24. The troll takes 24 points of damage.
Oh,
They will be
with
there.
darn it.
Yeah. Nice. That's Dernan's turn. That's all he's got. Silas.
So yeah, there's one on my friend's shoulder right in front of me, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna credit card swipe with my short sword. That proboscis.
Hell yeah! Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Okay. Well, is 14, I think.
14 just hits the sturge.
Neato.
Go ahead and roll damage.
I think I might. Yeah, dude. That is 8.
Nice.
And then, if I can just kind of action roll between my two friends there and pop up between Alma and this sturge.
Here.
Yeah, and again, just kind of like, what am I doing? Like, just go to strike it.
Yeah, go for
in
it.
the center mass. That is an 18.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage for your unarmed strike.
Strike. Unarmed strike, you can say it.
Strike him!
Come
Come and get steel knives!
Don't! That's 6 points of damage. Don't go for my weak points.
I wish I could make cool voices like that.
All right, that ends your turn, Silas.
Yeah. I might like look back at Alma like, just kind of like, I don't
Punch the bug.
I just kind of look back like,
slug bug.
That is going to be Ollie's turn.
Okay. Don't slug bug me again. I'll think about the game and it's all over.
also it's punch bug, you psychos.
Well, yeah, sure. We'll talk
Let's
about
know
that
in
later.
chat.
Yeah. Is it sludge or punch? Because we all know the answer.
Slug.
Okay.
Get him.
Unfortunately, Silas did not remove the sturge from your shoulder. It is just injured now.
Yeah, that doesn't impede any sort of like movement or anything, right? It's just on there. Do
Yep.
I take any? Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna cast Inflict Wounds on that guy.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
That's a touch spell, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead
I
and,
make a melee spell attack.
yeah, go for it. I would say somebody's probably going to get mad about this, but I don't care. Make this with advantage because it's attached to your body.
Stay mad. I don't care. Whew. Okay. That is... Did I add anything for that? Is it
Yeah, your spell attack modifier.
I think it's my wisdom modifier.
Wisdom and proficiency.
Yeah. Okay. So that is... Yeah, that is... I rolled an 18, and that's like plus 5.
Okay, we get it. We get it. You've been flexing this whole game.
He made me the dice. Blame him. So that's 3d10.
Hell yeah. That's a good spell.
And that's a first level spell?
Mm-hmm.
Cleric.
Yikes.
Oof, okay. Here comes the worst part, math. 9 plus 7 is 16?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. 16 points of damage?
16. Ooh. Yeah, you reach up and just grabbing that sturge, there's kind of a mote of light that you can see that trickles out of this golden light from beneath Ollie's palm, and then the sturge just bursts with radiant energy, and that one is gone.
Good.
That pedestal could probably go, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good call.
It's kind of like a theme.
Hell yeah. That's your action. Do you want
yeah.
to bonus or move?
Unarmed strikes aren't really good for the kid without strength or dex. So can I think there's another one right there. Can I just sort of turn back there?
Yeah, it doesn't even take any movement to whip around to this one facing off Silas, who is kind of protecting Alma.
I forgot that was Silas. He don't need my help. Can I get to, can I get to this guy right up here?
Yeah.
You don't need me.
Boom.
You
5
really
feet.
don't.
5 feet of movement gets you there.
Alrighty. And I'll end it there.
Hell yeah. All right. Ending Ollie's turn, it is the troll's turn.
Oh no.
All right. He's going to make 3 attacks on Durnan. The first one is a bite, the next 2 are claws. Yeah, all of those hit. For sure.
I wonder if we'll still have a Durnan in here after this.
Why would you say that?
Stick around and find out.
I'm scared. Oh, he's counting.
Durnan takes, after this massive creature lurches down and bites onto his arm, just like narrowly avoiding the scourge stuck to him, and then as it is like trying to lift him from the ground, he wrestles his way out of its jaw, but then takes 2 slashing attacks from it. He takes 36 points of damage.
Child's play. For Durnan. That's probably our pooled hit points at this.
Oh, you think we can make up 36?
More or less.
I don't think we make 36.
Also, at the start of its turn, you see 2 of those massive sword wounds that Durnan made begin to close up.
Oh. He's
All right. That ends the troll's turn. It's not going to move. That's going to be top of the round, Cholula.
So I'm next to a chair, kinda, right?
Yes. There's chairs behind you.
Okay, I want to take my cleaver and kind of just lean back on it looks like it's tipped over on the leg of the chair and try to chop this thing off of my thigh.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Make an attack roll with advantage.
Oh.
I think that does it.
25?
Yeah, that'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Wild question. If she has advantage, does she have sneak attack?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay,
It's
that
not
means
really paying attention to you at this point. It's just like, blood.
blood. So I add a d6 to this?
Yeah, d6 plus your cleaver damage.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Fuck him up, sis.
Jingle jangle.
12 points of damage.
Oh!
Hell yeah. You cleave it clean off. You actually manage to, like, separate it from its proboscis. Is that the...
Seems like a word.
Yeah, you separate it from its proboscis and then grab that and actually manage to pull it out of yourself.
Yeah.
Taking no extra damage, it's just flavor. But that one's also dead.
Tight. Cool. Then I'm gonna grab my paring knife that was in it, and where are the other guys?
So
Got one
there's...
there, and then one in front of Ollie.
Yeah, and then one on attached to Durnan.
Okay.
So glad I built this set, you guys.
Yeah.
It's
So
Really,
are we.
it's tight.
It's,
You can see how I built it at Fantasy Forge.
Oh man, come on! We're in the middle of a fight.
I'm
Fantasy
gonna
Forge art.
swing around.
But it is a
and
cool video.
in between, I think in between those 2 tables.
These two.
I can't get to where I'm like flanking there, can I?
So
I'd
this,
have to
this
go-
whole kind of area is difficult terrain, but
Yeah.
all that means is that it takes double your movement. But you
Okay.
haven't moved at all,
Yeah.
so it would just be like 10,
I've got 40 feet. Okay.
20.
Yeah, I would like
there.
to get to flanking with
Oh, okay. 20.
Ollie.
Go ahead and make either athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Okay. Oh,
Probably acrobatics.
acrobatics for sure. I have a -1 to athletics.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
We're not a strong bunch. Except for Ollie.
I am acrobatic though.
I'm a strong boy.
like a cat.
Oh
So
yeah,
that's
you're in
7,
strength mark.
16.
16? Hell yeah.
I have expertise.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Being an expert in the acrobatic arts, all you had to see, you only had to see it once from Silas, but you get your foot up on the table and do like a corkscrew aerial over this other table and land flanking
Yes.
that Sturge with Ollie.
Okay, tight.
And Ollie, you see this mild-mannered chef just like do a fucking sick-ass corkscrew through the air and then land on the other side of this, I almost said flea, mosquito. Hell yeah.
Okay.
That ends your turn, Cholula?
Yes.
That's going to be Alma.
How far am I from this troll?
The troll,
Uh-huh.
40 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna come up 10 feet. Actually, I'm gonna get right up to this table.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach over and grab that candle right there.
Hell yeah.
And once again, I'm just gonna kind of like drop it in the air, and my mage hand is going to grab it. And that troll is going on fire.
Okay. So first, roll a d20 and add your dexterity and your proficiency. Or if you would like, you can make an arcana check.
I'm gonna do that dexterity and proficiency.
Okay.
That is 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
24. Okay. So just a little bit of flavor here. You
Flavor it.
You hand the candle to the spectral hands, which begin carrying it, and you see the flame kind of flicker a bit, and then you see it kind of slows, and another spectral hand covers as it begins moving across the floor.
That's so spooky.
And then a spectral head puts on a nightcap and then walks behind it.
Now I need you to make a spell attack roll. And some people are probably like, you can't make your take to the mage hand, but
I can actually do whatever I want with a mage hand because it's actually telekinesis.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
that's true.
a fucking winner. That I forgot my math. I was busy.
I don't know how to do math.
24.
24 hits. So
Dope.
now I need you to roll a d6.
3.
All right. The troll snarls and chuffs? No, that's a good sound, right?
Yeah, that's what
It
tigers
snarls
do.
and
They're
growls.
happy to see that.
What did you roll again? Sorry.
For damage?
Yeah.
3. Wow. It was AD 6. I
Okay.
rolled 3 on it.
Yeah. The troll takes 3 points of fire damage and is ignited as the oil on its head's alight.
Wonderful.
And it snarls and growls.
How does Dernan look?
Do what?
How is Dernan looking?
You can make an insight check if you'd like as a free action.
23.
23. Durnan looks fine.
Okay, not so concerned about him then. I would like to attempt those little mage hands that were just setting him on fire now that they're hanging out near the troll. I'm gonna use my bonus action shove and
with your
try to
telekinesis?
push that guy back into this hole.
Okay. Is there a size limit on that shove?
Yeah.
You can try to telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw.
That's the size limit. Is probably the strength saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Probably this is where it goes downhill.
Hell yeah.
Well, hopefully that's what you're up. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, I see. I got you. Thank you.
man.
Thank you.
it on a 1. I want you to know that.
Of course it did. Thank you. All right. Strength saving throw?
And I wouldn't
Yes.
lie.
I really did.
That's a 24.
yeah.
He big.
By some means that does succeed.
I
Okay.
don't know how it happened.
So yeah, you see these spectral hands drop the candle and then like grab the smaller kind of dangly head from the side and like pull and pull, but the troll doesn't even seem to notice.
Great.
Except for that one head that's like...
They're just holding it like by its jowl.
All right, that's Alma's turn unless you want to move anywhere.
No, this is good.
Okay.
This is a good spot.
Sturgis.
Sturgis.
Okay, does anybody still have one attached? Just Durnan.
What is Should we kiss her now?
Let us know in the chat.
Absolutely do not do that. No. I swear to God.
No. We're both committed.
4. Durnan, you see, takes some damage as the Sturge that is attached to him begins sucking out some blood.
Sucking on chili dogs.
Man, we can't. Those jokes exist outside of the table.
No one can stop us.
This is our own personal game. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so the Sturge between Cholula and Ollie is going to...
Can I do something?
I'm going to roll a d4. We're going to do the old 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nope. Don't do that.
Wait, 1, 3, 2, 4?
I could roll a d6 and we could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if that makes you
No,
feel
I
better
was
about
just
it.
I was just trying to figure out the breakup. It could be 1,
Let
2,
us know in the
3,
chat.
4.
I'm gonna go 1, 2 is Cholula, 3, 4 is Ollie.
Okay.
And I'm
You
gonna
got
roll this
like
out in the
healing
open.
powers,
I know our viewers
right?
won't be able to see this, but you guys probably will. And I'll just need this d4 back.
I definitely won't see that.
That's a 1.
Okay, so it's
I'm
gonna
dead.
go for Cholula. Okay.
Unless.
11 to hit.
No!
Ooh.
Shit.
That's it.
Yeah, so that surge goes to stab you with its proboscis once more, but you just kind of like parry it out of the way with your still drawn cleaver, and then just because you just did an awesome corkscrew, you like flip your cleaver in your hand too.
Yeah.
Because why not?
For sure.
That's that one. That one sucked on Darren's blood, and this one is going to make an attack at Silas. Okay. 16.
Meets it, beats it.
All right. You take 5 points of piercing damage, and it is attached to you.
Neato.
And that's the Sturges. That's going to be Durnan. He looks up at the flames. And he's like, "Hey, that's what I like to see." And he makes his 4 attacks. Hit.
Right.
Hit. Hit.
Crit?
Nope. No crits. But 4 hits.
4 hits.
Wow.
That's pretty much a crit. That's honestly. Hedge your bets, Darren.
4. That's all of my d6s.
Ooh, jingle jangle.
Plus
Hey, you know who needs some new dice?
Me.
everyone. Not, what was the name? Avenging Penguins?
Avenging
Yeah.
penguins.
Because they've just got a free set of... Okay.
In a fight, save it.
8, 12, 16. So plus 16. 20,
Wow.
Okay. We didn't need to help Durnan at all during this fight.
You just
We could have
7.
left.
I need a
Sturges
calculator.
I just want the XP.
Durnan does... How does he want to do this? Durnan in a flurry... Don't sue me, I'm sorry.
put a shirt on.
Cover your shirt.
In a flurry of swipes from his massive greatsword, Durnan cuts each of the 4 heads off of this giant troll
Whoa.
with each slash. As he leaps off, he like actually parkours up onto its leg and kind of reading the room with everybody's vibes from earlier, does a backflip onto the arm and then leaps and cuts a head off, lands on the shoulder, and it's just like super anime Durnan back and forth, lopping heads off. And as he does so, he is going to make an acrobatics check to see if he sticks a landing. Of course he does. Natural 16.
Thanks,
Okay,
dude.
yeah.
Yeah, he comes down and lands, and as he does, there's like a little jiggle from the Sturge on his arm, and then just a clump of troll body falls behind him, in flames. No risk of regeneration from that bitch.
Way to go. You saved us.
But there are still Sturges to deal with, and that is going to be Silas's turn.
Sure. I saw that. Right.
Yeah.
Neat. Cool. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna-
you get the feeling that those people who looked at Durnan and left earlier, good reason.
Absolutely. Getting the feeling currently. Yeah, I'm gonna take the short sword and try to like kind of stab and also push this Sturge off of me. If I could,
go for it.
with a stab.
So wait, are you trying to remove it or are you trying to injure it?
Remove it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this will be...
Oh,
Actually, no, yeah, make an attack roll.
I'm in an attack roll.
Go for it.
It's 12.
12. 12 misses, unfortunately.
Yikes.
Oh, but you would have advantage because it's attached to you.
Oh,
Right? Is it attached to you?
yeah.
No, it missed. No, it hit.
It hit
Yeah,
me.
it's attached.
Hey,
Sorry.
hey. It was attached, so I'm going to roll again. Neato, 16.
16 hits.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage. Replace all my d6.
Oh my god, 9 points of
It's
damage.
right
Yeah,
in
it's like
brains.
everyone else, you're like, why can't you add? But once you start rolling, it's 9.
9?
Yeah.
How do you destroy the Sturge?
I imagine I just kind of like push it off with the short sword and then also like kind of push it through.
Yeah, you like kind of like scrape down where it's attached to you and then just like
Yeah.
as you run it through tip to tip, as it were,
Mhm.
its tip also comes out of you.
Neato.
And you are free of Sturge. And it's
That was
dead.
a lot of.
That was.
There was nothing wrong with anything that I said just now. I refuse to accept it.
Can I make it to Durnan?
To Durnan?
Yes.
Probably.
I'm at 30.
15, 20, 30.
Can I flank if that's a thing? I don't know what side this thing is attached to, but
30 got you just to here. So
Okay.
let's see. You were here. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yes, you can.
sweet. I'm going to just uppercut this
Yeah.
Sturge to
Yeah.
the best of my ability.
Make your unarmed strike.
Another 16.
Aren't you flanked?
Oh, right. Well, 16 or...
See if you crit.
Wow, okay, or 24. So you pick. At this point.
Yeah, that hits.
Neato.
Go ahead and roll your damage. This one has not taken any damage yet because Durnan doesn't really give shit.
8 points
8? Not bad.
of damage
Hell yeah.
as I slap this bag.
Yeah. Snip the bag. It's still attached, but looks worse for wear because of it. Is that in Silas's turn?
It does.
That is going to be Ollie.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull out my 2 maces,
Hell yeah.
and then I'm gonna use my action to attack, and then my bonus action to two-handed.
Mhm.
Get that second attack in to this guy one in front of me.
Hell yeah.
Roll.
Also, I started everybody with a feat, and some people have other special things that we'll learn about as we go on.
That's ADV.
Yeah, because you're flanking with Cholula.
All right. That first one is 15.
15 hits.
Cool. Do you want me to roll damage or roll the second attack first? Or
You roll damage first, and then we'll see what we're looking like.
D6. Let's use the new dice.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Ooh.
Look at her. Coming through.
Crits all around.
Crits
So
all
the first
around.
attack is 8
Merry
points
Christmas,
of
everyone.
damage.
I'm sorry, what?
Wasted
8
first
points.
before we
Is
started.
8 points of damage.
8 points? Woo! All right. Hell yeah, go ahead and make your second attack.
Cool. Okay, that one is 22.
That hits as well.
She came to play.
Yes!
That's another 8 points of damage.
Hell yeah. How do you destroy that Sturge?
I think first hit was down, second hit up. I want to try to take off that.
Hell yeah. You just like smash the whole boy. And he
Oh
got
boy.
Get him out of here. I don't want to see his face.
hell yeah, leaving the only Sturge left in the room attached to the barkeep. That is going to, unless you want to move anywhere.
Yeah.
That's going to be Troll is dead.
Two
Cholula.
of them.
Okay, so she sees Ollie destroy this one. I'm gonna turn towards Darnan and yeah, I'm just gonna try to hack it off.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and make your attack.
And what?
And then roll.
That's gonna be a 11.
Isn't there something with like placement with her? If someone's already flanking, she can do wild
Oh,
stuff.
if a friend is in
Well, I would say
within 5
I would say
feet?
yes, because technically you guys can share space. So if she only used like 2 squares of movement to get here. If she used 1 more, she could technically stand in the same square as you, Silas, and be flanking and get advantage.
Okay.
If you'd like.
I wasn't
do
trying to
that.
retcon it. I just thought
No,
there was
this
something with
is,
the rogue about.
No,
It says
it's
I-
strategic.
Don't need advantage if another friend is within 5 feet of the target.
That's not to get
Yeah,
advantage.
that means you get
For
sneak attack.
Sneak attack,
if you
yeah.
hit.
Yeah,
Right. So I'm.
but you do
But
have
now you're
advantage.
flanking.
Okay.
Because you're
Yeah.
flanking.
Yeah. Roll
Okay.
it again.
Okay.
See?
Yeah,
We'll
it's
just see
fine.
what happens.
It's fine. Who knows?
Just do that.
That's
For fun.
14.
14 just hits.
Okay, tight.
The other one that didn't. So
yeah.
go ahead and roll. What were you attacking with again? Your cleaver?
The cleaver, yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and roll 2d6. 1 for sneak attack.
12.
12.
dang.
How would you like to end this fight, Cholula?
Man.
How do you want to change the music?
Oh, are you tired of?
Just want someone to press start already.
I think she's just like real smooth. So she sees Ollie pop the head off of this one that was in front of her, and she just real quick like turns and across the room just like hacks it off of Darnan.
Yeah, just off.
She flips it around, puts
Yeah.
it in her belt, and like wipes her hands clean of it.
Hell yeah.
Those are so cool.
I
I was
love that.
behind a table.
Wow.
You made disembodied
Wow.
hands light a giant on fire.
Yeah,
what
that
do
was
you?
pretty
Oh, that's
cool.
really cool. You
It's
had a
just-
knife.
I'm mostly getting at it's a very beautiful juxtaposition of
Yeah.
themes over here.
All right. So, lopping the last Sturge off of Durnan's body, he reaches down and pulls the proboscis out and throws it onto the floor. And you see kind of out from the recesses and corners of the tavern come the bar staff, quickly kind of like cleaning up all of the Sturge juice and waiting for the troll to go ahead and just like cook until it's done.
This is your staff. I said Darnan.
Hey, you fought well. And then he turns around and walks back to the bar. As people begin to show themselves yet again, coming down from the second floor and from behind various pillars, the bar once again begins to fill. And you all hear a voice calling out, "Hail! Hail there!" And as you look, you see a healthily plump, mustachioed man wearing an oversized, kind of floppy blue beret with a wide smile and relatively lavish clothing, approaching you. You be adventurers, am I right? I could use the help of someone of your distinction. For a fee, of course. Let us find a table to discuss, shall we?
Well, sure.
Oh.
I follow.
Right this way.
I follow the orange one.
He kind of like steps on a little sturge as he's walking, doesn't notice the person, like splashes into the person who was like reaching down to clean it up, who just kind of like is used to it. We've all been there.
All of us are still there.
Oh.
Not for long. And the man goes and takes a seat at a table, pulls out a chair for you, Cholula. What are the rest of you doing?
I follow the orange one.
He pulls out a chair for you as well. Yes, please, have a seat. Stumbling around.
I was trying to be.
Come.
I walk
All are welcome.
to the table, but like I don't sit down.
Okay. He pulls a chair out for you anyway. Would you ready?
Right, you smile a lot. Okay. And she just kind of sits down.
There you are. And he takes his own seat, strokes his mustache for a moment, adjusts his floppy hat, and tightens his scarf. Veluthamp Gadam at your service. Chronicler, wizard, and celebrity. Of course. I trust you've noted the violence in our fair city these past 10 days, correct? It's been a blight upon the streets.
Sure.
Yes, of course. It's been quite dastardly. I've not seen this much violence since I was last in Baldur's Gate. yes, there's a lad.
Baldur's Gate.
But now I fear I've misplaced a friend amidst this odious malevolence. My friend, his name is Floon Blagmar. He's got more beauty than brains, the poor lad, and I worry he took a bad way home a couple of nights past and was kidnapped, or perhaps even worse. If you agree to track him down, with all due haste, I can offer you 10 dragons apiece now, and 10 times as much upon his procurance. So, what say ye, adventurers? Might a miserable sod such as myself prevail upon thee in my hour of need?
Where did you last see him?
Well, we were out drinking together in the dock ward at a business establishment known by the name of the Skewered Dragon.
Was it?
And how long ago was this?
This was 2 days past. Might I count on your services for this quest, as it were?
Did Rolla kill his friend?
Make an insight check.
The Order of the Black Ring people, their marking was like on, I think, a dude's neck.
They
right?
had, the one dude had it on his neck. The other ones you couldn't see. It may vary from person to person.
Do I see any like visible?
Make a perception check.
What services were you looking for us to provide?
Search and rescue, as it were. What'd you roll?
12.
12? He's pretty covered. You don't really see, like, this dude could have like a full chest piece and you wouldn't know. I'm good for the money.
I'm not really worried about the money. Do you have any like tattoos at all?
No, not of my own person. Not to say that I am against them, but I have not put my the needle to my skin, as it were.
I just need to do a quick check to make sure you wasn't Black Ring people. But listen, I was looking for a group to join, so like I'm game if you guys got time. It looks like you can handle yourself, and that's all I was looking for.
You do seem like a hardy group of adventurers if I've ever seen one.
Not sure if I'm an adventurer.
The flips and the
You're not.
punches and stabs. It was quite something.
So we're just gonna say this. How much money?
10 dragons now, and 10 times that for each of you upon completion of the job. That's 100 each. Well, 110 if you count the down payment.
I mean, I need to pay rent.
My job doesn't pay that much.
I don't have a job.
Can I let my boss know first that I need to let?
Of
my
course.
boss
In
know.
your own time, I would appreciate all due haste, but as it has been 2 days since I have seen or heard from my friend. But yes, any affairs that you need to get in order.
You let anybody else know that your friend is missing?
Not
yet.
Wait, you didn't think to go to the...
Well, I've been asking around, but I mean, you've seen the types here. They all, when there was trouble, they just either crowd around to watch the show or make their way off to hide in the privy.
That was an option?
Everything is always an option.
I'm in.
Did your friend have any, I don't know, known illnesses? Did he forget a lot, or did he, drink a lot? Was he too drunk?
No,
to
that's
get home?
precisely why it's so alarming. We had had a few drinks, but I left before he did. It's possible he had more. I'm not sure, but I've not heard from him since that day.
Now, why do you think someone would kidnap him?
I don't know. I just assumed with all of this malevolence that plagues our streets these days, perhaps that was just me being helpful.
When you last saw him, what happened when you were separated?
Well, I'd had a few too many, and I needed to get back to my room here. So I stumbled my way back up to the castle ward and found myself here. That's the last that I have seen.
Well, I suppose we could head over to the Skewered Dragon and see if anyone saw anything.
Is there any reason that anybody would want to hurt him?
Not to my knowledge. He's quite a handsome fellow.
That can be a reason in itself for some people.
He's also a bit simple, so it could have perhaps been an easy target situation.
Wealthy.
He's not noble by any means, but he does come from a rather wealthy line of merchants.
How often do you find yourselves at the Dark Ward?
Not quite so often. We were just both happened to be in the area, and were passing by and thought it looked like a good romp.
I think all we can really do is go and look around, right?
Sure.
That was a place to start.
It would be very much appreciated. I will be here upon the completion of your mission with the rest of your monies. I look forward to seeing you all again. I am Volothamp Kadar. What are your names?
Cholula Duvet.
Miss Duvet.
Sure.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Silas.
Silas.
From what I've been told.
Strong name. Great name.
You didn't pick it or anything.
I, Volothamp Kadar, did not. Nothing of the sort.
Ollie sort of catches his eye, does a quick smile, and sort of cocks the arm. Do you recognize me? I have one hell of an arm.
Make a persuasion check.
Absolutely. This is the first time that these dice have wounded me, and I'm very sad that it happened. The cuts deep. It's 6.
6.
I'm afraid not, but the lighting in here is quite poor.
Ollie stands up and is I'm gonna hand to the skewered whatever. Start looking. She starts walking towards the door.
I'm Alma. I'm gonna follow her. She's very strong.
Of course.
That makes me
she
feel
seems-
safe.
Yes. Good luck, and thank you once again. You're truly doing me a wondrous service in this. Thank you.
Shall we, Sarah?
Of course, yeah.
Follow them.
Yeah.
All right.
As I'm following Ollie out of the portal, and I kind of catch up to her, I'm just gonna. So you're on a revenge mission?
Yeah.
Is there like a one person? A lot of people?
Oh, it's definitely a group.
Monster?
They were kind of like, so it was dark, but like I'm pretty sure they were kind of like goblins or something. They were definitely like evil looking. So like, I'm just gonna start there. There's some people helping rebuild the temple that I was from. I'm gonna wait to see if they turn up anything. But I was kind of just like sitting around the yawning portal waiting for like a group to come along.
Not very many people come out.
Well, yeah, I figured it would be like a good test, like sit there, wait. If someone comes out, that means they made it through. And if they made it through, they'd probably be strong enough to take down what I'm looking to take down. Figured best place to start since I was in the city, but didn't know what else to do. I mean, I ran into you guys, so I mean, get enough of a plan.
I'm not very strong.
No, but I saw what you did with the fake hands. It's kind of cool.
Those aren't fake.
Well, I mean, like they're.
Those are ghosts. They follow me.
Oh, you just like it's like ghost in a jar. Like you just keep them in.
Well, I would love for them to leave.
Oh. Oof.
But if they won't, then
you might as well help.
Yeah.
No, I actually 100% agree with that. Use those ghosts.
If they're gonna keep me up all night, they're gonna work.
With a hand.
That's very funny.
She says catching up.
First off, how dare you? Also, how dare I not think of that pun at all?
We should really see about closing the hole in the middle of the tavern. It seems quite dangerous.
Well, that's sort of the point.
Yeah. It's a portal. Downing portal.
It goes down. Do I know?
Yeah, I would say all of you outside of Silas, make a history check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Let's see how this goes. Big dice, little dice.
I would recommend not rolling them at the same time, in my experience.
Right. Small dice and small dice. Oh, how horrible. Why don't I have a plus at all? 12.
12? Yeah, you kind of spark something in your own mind. As you realize that you are kind of leading the way to the dark ward at the moment. It's like some kind of weird instinct, you just know where to go. But yeah, you are all aware that one of the features of the awning portal is you can pay Durnan a single gold dragon, and he will lower you down into Undermountain, which is a massive dungeon expanse beneath the city that's been there for no one knows how long, since the elves were in charge of this plot of land. And yeah, adventurers like to go down there and test their mettle. And could I have everybody make a history check at this point? We'll keep yours. Just for a fun bit of lore.
Betalar.
A betalar.
21.
We hopped over to a different island for that.
I don't know.
21, you said?
Yeah.
12.
19.
12. 19. Yeah, Cholula and Alma, you are both aware with your...
We're Waterdeep.
Yeah, your interest in Waterdeep history. You're aware that this Undermountain has been there for a long time, but several years ago, two adventurers, people that had been going down into the portal forever, but no one ever came out. But many, many years ago, two adventurers went down and did come back out with a wealth of treasure. One of those two adventurers was Durnan. And he set up shop, and now he charges entry. And it's become a tourist attraction where the adventurers like to go and test their mettle. And he is kind of the gatekeeper, if you will.
No one talks about the
The other
portal.
one.
And how dope it is. As you guys are walking along, unknowingly just kind of following Silas's lead, you turn the corner, and you find yourselves on a street that has been cordoned off.
I actually do have a question.
What's up?
Would I observe that this man who doesn't seem to remember anything else seems to be leading the way to the dock ward? Would that be like
Make an insight check.
observable?
Can I see it? Can I see where I'm going?
14.
14. I would say it strikes you as odd. You more than anyone else.
Okay.
As you turn the corner, you find yourselves on a street that has been cordoned off by the City Watch. Lying on the cobblestones in the kind of crisp spring evening are half a dozen corpses, seemingly victims of some terrible skirmish. Nearby, a tabaxi woman in servant's clothes covers her twin children's eyes and leads them away from the scene as countless other citizens passing by crane their necks, spying for a better look at the carnage. Watch officers have disarmed and arrested 3 blood-drenched humans and are in the midst of questioning a witness. If I could have everybody make a perception check.
Oh.
14.
17.
17.
4.
12. Silas, you are the only one who notices that about 3 of the 6 corpses have the same silver over red tattoo that Yagra did. One of the watch officers, an Earth Genasi woman with obsidian skin decorated with golden scars, sees you. Get along now. Nothing to see. Wilford. Silas Wilford? I've not seen you in ages, brother. She steps forward and holds out a hand.
Right. Right. Shake the hand.
She does a full-on Beastmaster clasp
Okay.
and clasps your shoulder as well.
Right.
Look at you, you've not aged a day. How have you been?
I've been better.
I see. A few new decorations there. Who are your friends?
Oh, yeah, these are my friends. This is Cholula Duvet, believe it or not.
Ciao.
This is
Lovely to meet you.
Ollie and Alma, if I'm not mistaken.
Wonderful. It's lovely to meet all of you. I'm Detective Felsper Etchplane.
Remind me again, when did we meet? What was the last meeting we had?
Well, are they members of one?
Yes, we had just spoken with a Chalice at the Yawning Portal.
Right. Yes, well, the last time that we saw each other, and you can see she's kind of takes you to the side, all of you, away from this crowd. Another guard steps forward to kind of take her place, cordoning off the street. She walks over to the side. I've not seen you since the job at Jolly Lou's.
Right.
Say Jolly Lose.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Right, the job at Jolly Lou's. And,
Yes, up in the castle.
Right,
We wouldn't have made it out of that one if it weren't for your wits.
yes, I
What has it
remember
been?
us maybe
15? No. Close to 20, 25 years. It's been some time. You disappeared there.
right. Yes,
What was
I
your
guess-
name again?
My name is Detective Felsper
Felsper
Etchplane.
Etchplane.
And how do you two know each other?
We're
A job that we had done, series of jobs.
yes, we together have handled a few things. Are you aware of the situation?
Might need to be.
When was the last time you spoke with Matt?
It's been a while.
Right. There's been an escalation in violence lately between the Silver Stake. I don't know if you've heard of them. An organization also called the Witch Hunters. They claim to be rooting out an incursion of fiends, vampires, and lycanthropes being hidden within the city, but that crusade has been resulting in a number of humanoid deaths and murders as of late.
Right.
The other group, we don't know much about. They call themselves the Black Rain, or the Order of the Black Rain. Some say they're a group of devout, taking over political structures of Waterdeep, while others say they spend their time worshipping devils.
Like the tattoos laying in the street over there.
Yes, the mark of the Silver Stake. As this info is being divulged, one of the prisoners begins convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Then another. soon all 3 prisoners are turning purple in the face. And she turns and is like, I've got to go.
Does that look like magic to me?
You can make a medicine check as Detective Felspa Etchplane turns to you, Silas, and is like, clearly she's got to go handle some shit, but she looks at you and she says, down with tyranny. And she turns. Make an insight check.
Do I know what's happening with these guys?
You can make a history check with disadvantage.
Okay.
4 or 2?
22.
22.
Oh, Jesus.
17 plus 5.
You see, with a 22,
Nobody lie to Silas.
clearly has to go handle this. But she looks at you and she says, down with tyranny. And she looks as though she was expecting a certain response. And when you repeated down with tyranny, she kind of twitched in the eye a little bit and was like a little confused, but has some shit to do. So she turns and she goes to handle them. And
How far away is she?
at this point, she's like 50 feet away, and there are other watch officers that are keeping you guys at bay.
50.
15? 15 is high enough. Yeah, these dudes just poison themselves.
Oh! I assumed it was magic.
It is not.
Listen, I feel like I have to be upfront with you lot. I've no idea what is happening. A man brought me to the yawning portal, and I fought things, and I didn't know I could fight, and I did, and now I'm here, and people are saying things to me, and I'm supposed to say something back, and I honestly have no idea. I didn't know my name until you said it. So, yes, I know that now. I didn't know my last name until she said it. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Could any of you regale me as to why you know me and why I should know you?
Well, I mean, I don't know you, but
No one seems to know you either. I'm just trying to get some kind of a grasp as to where I am and what I'm doing.
You take 10 points of psychic damage.
Oh no, she's dead.
I'm down. And I just want to say, canonically, that would take Ollie out. Emotionally, physically, metaphysically, spiritually, all of it. Do I know anything medically that could take someone, like anything that would hit someone hard enough that like it could jog a memory back?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Like
Make an
nearby?
No, I'm trying to punch you.
Make either an Arcana check or a Religion check. Your choice.
I got 19, so it doesn't matter. Religion. Yeah, they're both the same, but I'm gonna go religion because that feels
Thematic.
right. So dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yes. You are aware of a certain spell that could potentially jog a memory, or one would say, restore a memory. It's restoration, lesser or greater, potentially.
Okay.
Probably greater. Lesser is more for curing poisons and things of that nature.
Getting a drunk person sober.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
you said something about a circus and buying me something. No idea what that means. You seem angry with me, and I've never seen you in my life, at least to my knowledge. And that person knew way too much about me, and I just kind of adrenaline through that. I have no idea what she was talking about.
you probably could have asked some questions.
Sure, yeah. Someone of the City Watch asking me things and assuming that they know me. I think I'm going to play along for as long as I can.
I don't want to interrupt this too much, but what is Alma's emotional reaction, like internal reaction, upon hearing, "I've never seen you before"?
That's a big question. I think, when you, hit the ground bad and it knocks all the air out of you?
Yeah.
I think probably that for a second.
Okay. That was mostly for me.
So,
So, we were
in another place, and I had relieved myself of my duties and went to the circus where I saw you at one of the merchants' tents, and you wanted to buy something but you couldn't, and you seemed confused and sad, so I gave you some gold, and then I ran into that nice elf woman that owned the circus and got out.
Thank you for your story. That got me absolutely nowhere.
What?
No, again, thank you. That's something.
Are you guys still standing by the scene as this is
Yeah,
happening?
we're just hanging out next to some dead people.
I mean, there's a lot of people here hanging out.
Really, I do like to imagine that there's just like 6 more voices in my head now, and I catalog that and I tuck it away in my heart. Unfortunately.
Well, we can make our way to this skewered. What was the name of this?
Skewered Dragon.
Skewered Dragon. We can make our way there. Just.
You seemed like you knew where you were going.
That's the thing. I'm not sure how I know what I know. I do know that I know absolutely nothing, which is terrifying in and of itself. I didn't know I had a sword until Jalister told me. I wasn't aware of how to use it until I did. So if we could just kind of keep that on maybe the back burners.
Did I know that he could fight? That one seems like a stretch.
I would say...
Am I getting a secret? Oh, you're rolling a dice.
I would say you were not aware.
Okay.
Well, why don't we check this place?
Right.
And then maybe we see somebody about your...
For sure. That's kind of the goal of me accruing a bit of dragons in order to maybe find someone who could jog my memory or something. Just letting you know, just kind of outright what I'm dealing with, so I don't have to continue faking it alongside people I might be fighting next to. Yes?
Fair.
Am I catching these darts? I mean, I'm rather dexterous, but am I catching these darts that Alma's throwing me?
Make an insight check.
All right.
Do I need to roll anything?
No.
It's a dirty 20.
You're aware.
Right.
You have no idea what it means.
Okay.
But I will let you infer as you will.
Right. Maybe we can talk after the job and go our separate ways, or whatever comes of it. I just wanted to get that off my chest, I guess. And kind of...
You lived here in Waterdeep. You were a member of a big family.
Good to know. Thank you. It would be helpful if it was less vague, but it's still good to know.
They've been gone for 15 years?
Not as good.
Roundabout?
Again, something to toil on.
Like they disappeared? Him as well, all at the same time.
Mm-hmm. The whole family.
Interesting. We should do we should do this
right.
thing
Sure,
first,
yeah.
and then we'll come back around
Yeah,
to this.
yeah. Continue on with our days.
You all continue on.
With our days.
Into the dock ward, into the evening, actually. Tall, densely packed tenements leave most of the neighborhood in shadow at ground level. Most of the street lamps in this area have had their glass smashed and their candles stolen. The smell of salt air and excrement linger as you pass by rows upon rows of run-down buildings. As you reach the corner of Zastro Street and Fillet Lane, one nearby shop stands out from the others. It has a deep purple facade, and in its window hangs a stuffed beholder, the same diameter as a saucer. Above the door hangs a sign whose elaborate letters spell out, Pete's General Goods.
Did I catch her breathing in deeply? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think that was a meta breath.
I'm sorry. It was.
We'll type it out.
So yeah, you guys see that. You continue on your way.
Yeah. I don't need anything at the general store.
That is no.
All right. Not far from Pete's General Goods, the Skewered Dragon sits facing an alley that runs between Net Street and Fillet Lane in the Dock Ward.
It willingly faces an alley? That's terrifying.
Did I lead us this entire way here?
I'm sorry?
Did I lead us the entire way here?
Yeah.
Cool.
The Skewered Dragon looks like a ruin sitting in the streets of the Dock Ward. Both of its front-facing windows have long been smashed, and a ship's anchor is lodged in the clay-shingled roof. Through the open windows, you can see a group of haggard patrons drinking from massive tankards. What would you all like to do?
I would like to enter.
All right. You guys step inside, and you see an unsavory-looking group of patrons, mostly probably dock workers or sailors, that are mostly keeping to themselves. A few of them are sitting at tables together, relaying old war stories, things of that nature. And behind the bar, you see a dwarf with a long red beard and one thick braid, bald on top, kind of a bulbous nose, and an eye patch over one eye.
Does he look nice?
Make an insight check.
I know you said most of the people in here were like dock workers and stuff, but is there anyone slightly lavishly dressed? Is there someone who looks fancy here?
Make a perception check.
8.
8. He looks just as personable as anybody in the Yawning Portal does.
And I do well there.
Yeah, Vola was nice. Yagra was surprisingly nice.
This is the bartender?
Yes.
Okay. I will approach the bar.
I will see that I will be right next, like behind Alma.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
You look charming. I like your bar.
Thanks.
Isn't
You gonna drink in it?
Yeah, sure. What do you have? Do you keep wine?
We got whiskey and we got ale.
Yeah, what? 4 ales?
Right. 8 nibs.
Those are the smallest ones?
Copper, yeah. Nibs are copper, shards are silver, dragons are gold.
And he said how many?
8.
God, stop. I'm just
So
gonna
with
convert
the two
a lot.
that you've spent earlier, that's 1 silver piece. So you have...
Cameron Holt, this is a nightmare. Why are we using...
So you now have 9 silver, and then however much gold minus 1 you started with.
Yeah, but I have to convert all of the gold because it's all gold. I don't
Subtract
know.
1 from your gold.
I don't
and then
understand.
add 9 to your silver.
I will hand
Metric money. What are you gonna
silver.
do?
Stop it.
We're American.
This is not why I came here. Do you know what I do with coins? I put them in jars and I say, please don't ask me to count you.
So you pay the man.
Yes.
And he hands each of you a tankard of some foul, salty smelling ale.
Of course. It's called Skewered Dragon. I wasn't expecting much.
Thank you very much. Now, what would a dragon do in the way of information?
Place it on the table, let's find out.
A guarantee might be nice.
I do that.
You place it on the table. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
That's a skill I don't have. Hey, turns out I do. 19 natural.
What's it you're looking for?
The fancy fellow came in 2 nights ago.
2 fancy fellows.
I remember a couple of fancy lads.
It'd be hard to miss him here. One of them left, the other one stayed. What happened to the one that stayed?
One left, one stayed, met up with another friend. Looked just like him. Same floofy red hair, nice chiseled features, tight ass.
I don't know his name.
Oh, is that your type?
Sometimes.
Okay, it wasn't a. It's just a question.
Patron sitting at the bar kind of leans over and he's like, chip off the old block, that one. Just another spoiled rich noble who likes to rub our noses in it. Neverimber. Daggert's son.
And they were.
I would say those of you who have been living in Waterdeep for more than probably 3 years. Who does that pertain to? Alma? Just Alma?
Consecutively?
Oh.
Alma, you are aware that Daggelt refers to Daggelt Neverember, the former Open Lord of Waterdeep, who was recently ousted from his position by Laryl Silverhand, who is now the Open Lord.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that second name?
Laryl Silverhand. Laeral. Silverhand.
Like the chair.
Silverhand, the chair?
Silver chair joke. I just listened to the Godzilla soundtrack.
Oh, you're so right. I forgot about my yearly listen to the Godzilla soundtrack.
We all did it.
The bartender continues from his helpful friend. Yeah. Something with an R. Rainier. Randy. The guy next to him is like,
Randy.
Renee. Yeah, Renee Neverimber. Met up with that bloke. A couple of red-haired Sallies having a nice little drink.
Right.
Played a couple of rounds of Sweet Dragon Ante before leaving around midnight. And 5 men followed them out. I don't know what happened after that.
5 men.
Yeah. I ain't seen him since.
You've been
Not really,
strangely
yes.
perceptive for yourself. Thank you for your information.
Is that a one-eye joke? You making fun of the fact I've only got one eye?
No, just someone who deals with a lot of customers and seems to know a lot about these particular two. Thank you for your information.
Bartenders always remember everything.
That's
A bartender never
It's part
forgets.
of the job.
Down to the hour.
You've done it splendidly. Thank you very much.
You're very
Do you
welcome.
know
You
why?
lot want some whiskey or not?
Got
Sure,
an ale
we
right
just
here. I'm fine.
I'll take a whiskey.
He pours you a
What's the
whiskey.
conversion
On the
rate?
house.
But do you have any idea why somebody might want to kidnap a redhead for no, like, what?
I don't know why somebody want to kidnap a redhead. I can think of several reasons somebody want to kidnap the son of the former Open Lord, though. Because he's
Why?
rich, he's got lots of money.
But that doesn't. If you kidnap him,
Right,
that Open Lord is no longer here in Waterdeep.
right, but he's still got lots of money. From what I
Yes,
hear.
but if he's kidnapped, then his money isn't with him.
No, his daddy was the former Open Lord. You kidnapped his son.
But now he's not here.
Right, so then you leave a little note for daddy and you say, pay up or I'll slice your son's belly.
But where do you send it?
I heard he was in overseas somewhere.
That's months of travel to get a letter to somebody.
All semantics, of course, right? Yes.
It's an unreasonable plan is all I'm getting
No,
at.
for
I've
sure.
told you all that I know. You not want another drink or not?
I think I'm fine with
No, I
whatever
think
this
I'm-
happens to be. Thank you so much.
Was there anything else strange about them 5 gentlemen that followed them out?
Tattoos, maybe.
Make another persuasion check.
Can I see any fancy dressed people with a 22?
Oh, no. You are 100% certain that nobody fancies in here right now.
Like, you might be the most ostentatious person in here right
21.
now.
21.
I did see one thing. One of them had a weird tattoo on his arm. It's kind of tucked up under his sleeve, looked like a little star.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Well.
Ollie sort of like pulls up her belt. Did it look like this, but like turned, but not with the eye?
It depends on how you're looking at it, but there was no eye that I saw.
It was black ring people.
Yeah, probably that.
Interesting. Right, well.
How much do you know about them?
Yeah.
Everything I
I
learned.
did
I
say-
learned from Malcolm.
I'm gonna give him
Please
another
tell me
gold.
it was a 3.5 hour long
Right.
conversation
Very
and
kind
you
of you,
learned
miss.
everything.
Thank you.
If I were to compliment you, how would you take it?
Probably pretty well.
Right, just your beard looks great.
Thanks. I braided it myself.
Yeah, see, it's just kind of a demeanor, I think. I don't think he's really angry with us. Yeah.
So,
RBF.
you know that they left this bar in one piece.
And
And
we
then what?
know that they were followed out by gentlemen who were likely members of the Order of the Black Rain. So
Seems to be the most likely.
if we can find out where they gather, then we find out Never Ember and Black Ma.
This is a stretch probably of what I can look for subtly. But is there anybody hanging out who has a tattoo of this upside down pentagram, upside down, aka a star? An upside down pentagram?
Make a perception check.
Double negatives.
The designs are different in nature, I should say. But it's like, if you saw that shape, you'd probably either say it's a pentagram or it's a star.
Perception?
Yes.
15.
15. You see a lot of tattoos, but mostly anchors, and you see that the bartender actually has a pair of doves tattooed on the side of his neck, but no pentagrams or stars.
Maybe our best bet is to find a small congregation of these Black Rain folk and maybe insert ourselves into maybe what they're looking to be recruits of some sort, or
You said,
yes.
what do you say, one more shot? Hey,
Sure.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
I'll take a shot. It seems fortuitous.
Can I just buy one? Do I have to take it?
Well, I don't know, can't hurt me.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just kind of
He pours
demeanor.
5 shots, one for each of you, one for himself. Hands them out.
Cheers.
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 Toss mine over my shoulder.
Yeah, it's on his patched eye. He can't tell.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. I ain't seen those 5 men since that day. But I've heard about a place where they like together.
Where?
It's a warehouse on Candle Lane. Look for the door what bears the silver stake. Like a pointy, not like not like me. Yeah, it's different. I hope I've been helpful to you.
You've been more than helpful.
Yeah, you've
Honestly,
been
more
really
helpful than I could have imagined. Thank you for the shot and whatever the first drink was.
Of course, it's the salt sea. It's a sour.
I do like a sour.
Oh yeah, well put. It is sour.
It's also very
sea salt and lime peels.
Oh,
I brew it myself.
quenches the thirst.
Fantastic job.
Tell your friends.
Yeah, I might do that. You've been extremely helpful for. Yeah. Well, it's kind of a one-stop shop
Really?
for information.
Well, shall we?
Is Candle Lane in the dock ward?
Yes.
Do you have rooms by chance here?
Nah, we're just a tavern, not an inn. You would want to sleep here. I sleep here.
Huh.
I don't even want to sleep here.
I
We
wouldn't
got no windows.
stay in the dock ward.
Shall we move on to Candle Lane then?
We could.
I think we should be careful about it.
Well,
Just a bit of reconnaissance then.
Do you have anything here that's got some sort of healing properties, or
Nah, I don't sell potions.
do you know if they carry anything like that at the general goods?
Oh, Pete might have something like that.
I may have to make a quick stop.
He's got all your general needs.
I hope so.
Yeah, you make it sound bad when you say it like that.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
Listen, if we want to just go to generals.
Like, that's
We can
I
just
would- I would-
please, thanks again.
I appreciate your company.
My shoes are stuck to the floor. Can we please?
You be safe getting back now.
I believe
Thank
you.
you.
Yes, thank you so much.
For all your help.
Of course, yes. And I leave. I just leave.
Almost been out the door for a second now.
As we're like walking out the door, Cholula kind of like too loud is talking about what a wonderful sour beer they've got here. Just like telling her friend. And then I would like to head to Pete's General Goods to see if I can get some kind of a healing potion of some sort before we get into another possible scrap.
A scam.
Scrap.
A mix up.
Okay.
A little mix up.
A tussle.
Oh,
So,
tussle.
Everyone name another word for fight.
Just
three notes. Come on.
Nope.
I already used
A
kerfuffle
kerfuffle.
once.
No!
I used that one earlier today.
Scrap.
Earlier, it's on. You can watch the VOD.
I will because
Me too.
I
you
love
can't.
us.
Thanks.
So you guys make your way to Pete's General Goods.
Pete's.
All right. There's a cloud, lavender-scented purple smoke that trails out the shop's door as you peer inside. Every wall is painted purple, and every dusty knickknack on the shelves is dyed a deep violet. The hairless old gnome sitting cross-legged on the counter wears plum-colored robes. The gnome lowers a pipe and exhales a cloud of lavender smoke before raising a hand and saying, "Hello! Welcome to Pete's General Goods. How can I help you?"
Love it. Every time.
We were looking to
Oh God, is
procure some healing potions. If you have any of
I have some.
Congratulations. We are
How
looking
much?
to buy them.
Oh, wonderful. Let me just look through my ledger right for a moment.
Is the ledger purple?
Everything is purple. Nothing is not purple here.
Okay.
Except for, like, his skin, and you can see he's even probably, like, rubbed some
Tried
pigment
to-
into some different areas.
We're
Yeah.
not purple, are we?
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you guys stand starkly different from this strange,
Alma
like,
is wearing
uh,
mostly purple.
this strange...
Teacher's pet.
Oh, what is that dude's name? This strange, like, it's like you've stepped into a Wes Anderson film. It's
Nice.
weird.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
It's like a oversaturation, kind of a diorama thing. What, did you want to summarize it in fewer words?
Also the symmetry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very symmetrical.
Yeah.
All of the shelves are like perfectly lined out.
Listen, let's not trash him. I love him so much.
Well. Healing potions. And he passed two bottles down on the counter before reaching down and grabbing two more that are a little bit larger on either side. I've got regular healing potions for 50 gold pieces each. And I've got 2 greater healing potions for 100 gold pieces each.
It's been really nice being here. Thank you.
I'll take 1 regular, please.
Of course! That'll be 50 gold pieces, please.
It hurts. It hurts in the soul.
It's 46.
Here you go! Anybody else?
I think
Why
that's it.
is everything in here purple?
Why not?
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the best answer I can imagine.
It's a pretty good color. It tastes good too.
I thought you were maybe gonna, like, eat a grape.
What? I do have some grapes in the back. Do you want some grapes? I've got more than just potions too, if you want to peruse my knickknacks.
What are the knickknacks? I'd like to peruse the knickknacks.
Yes, we'll have a look around, see what catches your fancy.
I'm going to look around at the knickknacks.
I'm gonna look around too.
Okay.
Am I dreaming?
No.
What is today?
A wonderful dream. Could I have both of you roll a D100?
Yes.
This one,
Love
this
D100s.
one.
Yep.
83.
91.
Okay, we will start with 83 because that number comes first. Sorry, I'm still in Pete mode over here.
It's hard to get out.
83 was Cholula.
Yes.
You find a lovely purple veil that is embroidered, or not really embroidered so much as like trimmed in lace. All a beautiful 2 shades of purple. The one on the lace trim is like a much darker shade. And you said 91?
1.
Could I have you roll a d10?
Oh, wow.
10?
10. Oh, I'm sorry. No, d10. You said 10?
Mm-hmm.
You find a beautiful violet eye patch embroidered with a 4-pointed star with an eye at each point. It's like
I figured it out.
taller
Yep.
and then like shorter.
The
and
little
there's, like,
diamondy guys.
Yes. And there's like little circular eyeballs at each of the points. You can make a religion check if you'd like.
Do it. Do it for everyone. What's that? Religion.
12? 12 is enough. You spend a lot of time in the Sea Ward these days. That is the holy symbol of Selûne, the goddess of the moon.
Oh, well, that's nice, but I don't worship that god, so I will put it back.
That's fair.
What does this veil do?
Oh! It's a mourning veil. Not like the time of day, like when someone dies. You can wear it and hide your tears from the world. Do you want it?
It magically hides your tears.
No, it's more like a veil. It's just physical.
Oh, so you hide yourself.
I
With
don't
the veil.
personally.
It's a veil.
How much?
Well, I could part with it for 5 silver, or if you've got something purple to trade. Yes.
I don't think I've got. You don't look like a person who really spends a lot of time in purple.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think I've
Is
got
there a
anything
reason you want a
purple.
mourning veil?
You know, when I find things, I just kind of like to keep them.
Kind of an impulse purchase.
Okay.
Maybe not.
You never know.
Yes.
I'll, You said 5 silver?
Yeah.
Why not?
Thank you for your patronage. Would anyone else like a trinket from the shelves? Or perhaps one of these robust potions?
I don't think I can afford
Or wait,
the
silver is
potions.
shards, right?
Yes.
Or do we abandon this?
No,
No,
we're
we're
being
sticking to it.
tormented.
Okay.
Pete just doesn't use those terms.
Okay. Pete does his own thing. That's cool.
That's interesting.
And we're taking him with us.
I could fit in the backpack.
Why does he know that?
You think I haven't tried?
I only want fan art of Pete.
Yeah.
Forgive me. Forget Ollie.
Everyone out there, draw us a Pete.
Pete.
Well, if you're not
Sized person.
if you're not going to buy anything else, get the fuck out of my shop.
Yep.
Wouldn't
Sure
wanna
thing.
take that.
Someday.
Absolutely. Please don't say that again.
A lot
Don't
of,
forget, if you ever need any more goods, generally come back to Pete's General Goods. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's so
It's got a lot of
unusual
purple
that
dusting.
somebody sings their song at you. I've never heard a shop have a song.
And it kind of
catchy.
reminds you of being back at Fern's Brews.
Mm-hmm.
Briefly, Cholula, as you exit the door, on your way out, there's this kind of little chime of magical bells that just goes bing, 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 bing.
Tight.
Amazing.
I'm gonna take this health potion. How does it work?
It's going to be 2d4 plus 2 health to you.
Okay.
Six.
You said 2d4 plus 2?
Plus 2.
Okay.
Okay,
You
so
good?
we need to make our way
good,
to
I'm
Candle
good.
Lane to stake out. We're not planning to rush in, right?
Not if
We
you guys
should-
want me to be helpful. I mean, I got the hands and the muscles, but like as far as spells go,
Yeah,
I'm done.
honestly, don't know what happens after fighting starts.
Like
But
you're
sure.
not you go into a fugue state? What do you mean?
That's a good way to put it. Yes, the fugue state. The fugue state where I come out in someone else's blood. Let's go to the candle place.
Yes, let's go to the candle place.
Okay, we'll just skip over that.
Yeah, and we'll skip over the purple place too. I don't know what's going on. Did I say that earlier?
I think that's just kind of who he is.
Right, yes.
Emotionally.
Yeah, right. Yeah, let's go. Fine. Everything's fine.
We don't have to go to
No,
Candle Lane, but it's more money than I've ever had in a month.
Apart from feeling pain earlier, I'm quite certain I'm dreaming. So
I
let's
can
maybe
punch
just
you
keep-
again if you need.
I'm sure I deserve it. To Candle building lane.
You get it? Who's leading the way?
I think you live here.
Yeah, I can probably make our way to Candle Lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make a survival check with advantage, because you're from here.
I'm fucking from here, yo.
I'm Waterdeep here.
I'm fucking Waterdavian over here. That
There's
is
a
a
shirt.
dirty 20.
Oh, dirty.
Mm.
Dirty.
I so live here
Yeah.
right
the,
now.
The streets of Waterdeep,
Past
while
6
confusing,
weeks.
while confusing to some, are laid out in such a way that they're pretty easy to navigate, especially for someone like Alma, who occasionally likes to take the scenic route. You know of a lot of little alleyways and pass-throughs, some that are safe and some that aren't.
Mhm.
As you lead the group,
But safe or not, they have the least amount of dead voices in them.
that's true. Sometimes they have a lot.
Sometimes they have a lot.
The buildings on either side of Candle Lane are so tall and so tightly packed that the sun in this area only touches the street at high noon, and it being now getting later into the evening, it's pretty dark. Gloom envelops a narrow alley, as dark as any dungeon, and as odorous as one, too.
Yum.
Nearly every street lamp has been smashed. The only light that pierces the darkness is the faint flickering of a distant light down the lane, like a candle.
Wait, so are there any of us who might be able to peek into a tall window?
I could.
I would say you guys can make investigation checks to try and find the symbol of the silver stake that you were told about. Uh,
6.
15.
6 does it, right?
15.
DC 4.
11.
11.
8.
8.
15.
15. So, kind of pouring through the different areas of Candle Lane, which is, at this time of evening, not bustling, to say the least. You're kind of in Warehouse District. After about 15, 20, 30 minutes of searching, Ollie, you come across a door just across from, or rather, on that investigation check, firstly, you notice that this single candle burning at the end of the street is not a candle. It appears to be some sort of arcane spell that is keeping a flame within this particular lamp. And you see it just illuminates, you can catch a glint out of the corner of your eye, this glistening silver metallic painted stake, as it were, on one of the doors.
I found it! And I...
I appreciate the gusto, but when we're doing sneaky reconnaissance missions, maybe like a tap on the shoulders, or like a loud whisper to announce that we found things. Okay.
What does this building look like?
This building is pretty run down. Like most Waterdeepian buildings, it's this kind of what we would know to be kind of a Bavarian Tudor style building that are made with these large bits of timber for frames, and then are then filled with plaster. Yeah, like that, but outside. It's a little haphazard. This one appears to be a couple of stories, but there's kind of like a portion that juts out and is being held up and supported by a pretty measly looking beam on one side, but it doesn't seem unsafe. It just looks a little run down.
Are there any windows that we can look into?
Roof access.
You do not see any windows. You could potentially access the roof if you wanted to climb up the wall, but there is a door with the symbol on it in the front.
Seems too easy.
I absolutely don't think we should just walk through front doors.
I could try to climb up there.
I'm gonna try to climb up the building.
Do we have rope?
Yeah, make an athletics check.
We do have rope. Are there any, like, signposts or, like, pieces that come off of the building?
No signposts.
That's 25.
25.
Help.
As you're kind of wondering this and looking around, you notice a shape moving, and you see that Silas is already like up to the second floor and is just like scaling this building like it's nothing.
He has no idea who he is or what he ate for breakfast, but he can scale the side of a building.
For fun.
And as you're saying this, he like
He might
is holding
not
onto
have
one beam
breakfast.
and like without his legs just like hops with his arms and grabs the next beam and then pulls himself up onto the roof.
What do I see on that roof?
Give up.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Yo, what is going on? 24.
24.
Jesus. Save some for the rest of us.
No.
You do not see any doorways leading anywhere. You do, however, see kind of like a skylight over one kind of large open portion. And looking down, you can see this appears to be like the major portion of the warehouse. You see the tables and chairs have been carelessly tossed across the floor. And what was your perception check again? 24. You notice the corpses of about a dozen men that lie along the walls, short swords and daggers lying nearby. On the north side of the area that you're looking into, you see stairs that rise into a level above, but you can't see that area. And it is dark in there, but that you do manage to make out those shapes from the moonlight kind of piercing through.
I go back to the edge of the building, like lean over.
Skylight. They're all dead.
And then I'll just disappear the roof.
Wow.
And then I'll come back. It's 12 of them. And then I'll disappear again.
Is there anybody alive in there?
No.
Do I know anything significant about the number 12? Because
that's a fun line of thought.
This is the second group of 12 bodies we found.
Oh, interesting. Make a religion.
I take notes.
I thought I was, but apparently not. As soon as a number comes up, I just black out.
17?
17. I would say that you're aware that in certain religions in Kavora, numbers do have meaning. You're not sure if this would necessarily be a religious happening, or rather, if people would be gathering in groups of 12 like this for religious reasons. But you wouldn't put it past some sort of cosmic coincidence. Maybe a subtle hand of the gods. You never know.
I saw no entry on the top other than the skylight and stairs leading up.
Right.
No windows of any sort.
Mm-mm. There are a couple windows that you pass on your way up, but they're fully like blockaded and blocked out.
Through the door then, shall we?
Rob,
Why are we just going to walk right into the room?
They said they're all dead already.
But somebody killed them.
Well, we might find a fancy pants in there, and at least we know where he is.
I'm gonna lean back over the building.
You guys go in through the door, and I'll jump in through the top.
I just disappear again.
Is there anybody out here? Like, are we being watched at all?
Oh, make a perception check.
I suddenly just got the creepy crawlies.
Can I, before any of us try it, can I check the door and see if it seems safe to enter?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
That's two. That's two Fs.
That's 2 Fs. And for once, it's not me going, fuck.
Nat 20?
Yeah.
Amidst the talking, and you can see Silas peering over from above you. You hear kind of a rattle, like movement inside.
There's somebody still moving inside.
What?
There's somebody inside who's not dead.
That was a 16.
The door does not appear to be trapped in any way. It is locked, however.
We can't just go through the door. It's locked. We try to get out, go back down. You know, he did it. I mean, I imagine one of us could do it.
What
again.
if we all went in through the roof? Do you have a rope? Do you have anything?
I have a mask.
Can somebody...
I have a rope I could toss up.
Yeah.
Yeah, a rope, fine.
Okay. I'm gonna
You
take.
have one more thing in your inventory that you haven't mentioned yet.
Some keys.
Not that.
A vest. A vest of some sort.
Is it
I'm
fancy?
just kind of going over what I have. I'm not sure what I should be mentioning.
None of those things are rope.
I'm just saying what I have. Again,
I'm gonna tie a rope to one of the pythons, and I'm gonna toss it up to you if you're ready.
Right. I will say, Cholula, make just a straight intelligence check.
Cool.
How smart are you?
How clever is that hot
9.
sauce?
9.
Not very.
The DC on this was low. I just didn't want to outright remind you.
Uh-huh.
But if you so chose to want to go through that door, Cholula does have thieves' tools. You could try and pick the
Oh,
lock.
right. Rogue stuff.
Broke stuff.
Welcome.
Actually, hang on. Okay. I could just try.
Is there a rope or not?
Hey, cancel the rope. Actually, I might still want to be on the roof about this. I don't want to go in the front door. I'm easy to kill.
Okay, I'm gonna toss you the rope, and Alma's gonna come up with you, and then perhaps Ollie and I will go through the front door.
Sounds fine.
Okay,
Throw
I'm
me a
gonna
rope.
toss the rope tied to the python up so that Alma can climb.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say you swirl it and toss it up. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Catch that rope.
17.
Easy. You guys actually don't even see him like peering over. You just see a hand come out and grab it.
Jeez.
Okay, and then I'm gonna try to. Do you want to climb up first?
Just hold on, I'll pull.
Just hold on.
Athletics check to pull it up.
Thank God.
So you didn't have to like try to act fast.
15.
15? Yeah, Alma
Tiny.
is. Yeah, she's not very heavy. You manage to, with. It's not like easy, but you do manage to pull her up, and you are now both atop the roof.
I'll bundle the rope and kind of try to hang it off the belt to the best of my ability.
Yeah, looking down, you also have like another 50 feet of rope of your own. You're like, oh shit.
I have rope. I'm sorry.
I thought you might.
It's dark and maybe we can lower ourselves in if things go sour.
How? There's a skylight?
Yeah.
How?
The skylight it's like one of those little it's like a little pyramid but long
Yeah.
with panes, but there's not like a door that opens.
Oh.
Liftable panes at all? Those kind of safari panes? Okay.
How high off the ground are we?
3 stories. No, 2 stories. Sorry. So about 20 feet.
But whatever is going on is in the floor.
2 stories down. 20 feet below you.
No, I might be comfortable here.
Okay, I'll rappel in and you can provide support. Is whispering still a thing we're doing?
Probably.
Okay.
I heard somebody inside.
You know whereabouts? Just inside.
Do I know where? It wasn't at 20 perception.
Yeah, it was near the door.
Somewhere near the door?
Which you, up here now, you realize that you can't make out that area from the skylight.
Shit, I guess we're going in.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, how many of you have dark vision? I know you do.
I do.
I do?
Well, this one.
Half elves do, for sure.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. That's
Yeah.
something that
You're just a human man.
I'm just a guy.
Ooh!
I'm just a guy on a roof with a friend.
I have dark vision out to 120 feet.
Oh yeah, because you're special.
These eyes.
So yeah, you can see really well through the skylight, but your vision is obscured from that point of the door by the roof.
We're gonna have to go down.
Maybe we can time an entrance in. They go in, we go in.
I can listen out to see when they break. Oh, can I just like peek over the side of the roof that the door is on?
Mm-hmm.
When they're about to go in, I'll tell you to go in, and then I'll follow last.
This is sounding worse and worse as we go along, but yeah, let's
It
do
feels really,
It's-
really
it's
bad.
real
I
bad,
don't
right?
really want to be
Yeah,
rappelling into a building.
I mean, they've only killed 12. They can't, possibly have the energy for 4 more.
It's wonderful
Let's do it.
logic.
Okay, I'm gonna peer over and wait for them to like. I'll actually call down. Cholula.
Yeah.
Before you go in,
Can I have you guys make stealth checks, please?
Okay, I was waiting, but I didn't want to prompt it.
Oh no.
You're loud as fuck. I'm loud as fuck.
We're loud as fuck.
17.
23.
Okay. This is why we put them at separate tables.
We're like 30 feet away. You guys can't see it. We're like on opposite sides of the rooms.
Yeah. That is really funny though, because you two are together and you two are together. So yeah, Alma calls down to Cholula.
Oh, it was a 5, by the way, on that stealth check.
I saw that too from here. I like the
Cholula
jump.
shushes her.
I'm sorry.
I got a 3.
I'm sorry.
Ollie, like waiting for all of this to wrap up, you like lean on one of the posts nearby, and it just like collapses behind you.
That sounds.
Is there anything to tie
I'm just
off?
gonna pick the lock.
Is there anything to tie the
Yeah,
rope off to?
so make a dexterity check and add your proficiency.
Okay.
So dex check +2. Unless you took expertise in thieves' tools.
I don't know if I did.
We'll check that next time, but for
Yeah.
now, just dex and proficiency.
Fish.
Fish. Ugh, I hated it as soon as I said it.
Yeah, for fish, dude.
23.
23. So. Sorry.
Wow. There's not even a lock on that door anymore.
Yeah. You just very, very deftly pull out your little lockpick set from your. Actually, do you want to flavor those as what your thieves' tools are?
Yeah.
Think of a kitchen utensil.
What are those little things that are part of knife sharpening kits? They look like a little, like, stabby spear.
Or if you wanted to be like sneaky about it, you could just have like
Yeah.
a whisk that has like a little piece that you plug off.
Yeah.
A knife
I think
steel.
that.
Yeah.
Steel knife.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, you take out your trusty whisk and you
My
pull
tiny
off,
whisk.
and you pull off your special section that you've got loose, and deftly just it is unlocked.
Is there anything I can tie off on the roof to rappel down?
You have that python attached to that.
Yeah, there's you've got the python if you wanted to like stick it into the brickwork.
Yeah.
There is also a relatively robust, not like a chimney, but more of like a vent. One of those like little pipes that's got a little hat.
Yeah. I love that. I love those little hats. Just worry about their whole lives. Like, good job, man. Keeping water out. I'm gonna tie the rope to that and prepare to rappel in. Face when I come in facing the door.
Okay, you plan to just bust through the glass? Ass to glass?
Ass to glass.
Ass to glass.
The master class and ass to glass.
Alright.
So it's unlocked.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm gonna look up at Alma.
I will
I'm
look at
gonna
Silas.
wait to hear the glass break, and then I'm gonna open the door.
Go like now.
Okay.
I just like take like a running backwards and then just kind of just tuck into a ball.
Yeah, make an athletics check with advantage.
Oh boy.
Because gravity's helping.
Not trying to keep me down.
Thanks, gravity.
That's bad, but 14 all told.
14. You rush back and leap into the air and kind of like curl yourself into a ball, clutching this rope for all that it's worth, and you shatter through the skylight and find yourself plummeting down, rope in hand, towards the bodies. Cholula, you hear the shattering of glass.
Yes, and I open the door.
Open the door.
I'm still trying to be sneaky and hope that whoever was by the door didn't hear the door opening, and now they're distracted, and I'm sneaking in behind them.
100%. Ollie, you're right behind Cholula?
I'm gonna follow in.
Okay, and then Alma, are you...
I'm gonna head down the rope slightly behind Silas.
Okay, so the glass shatters. Silas disappears into the building. Cholula, you quietly open the door, and peeking in, you see 4 short avian humanoids with long beaks and black feathers, looking over with surprise from where they stand right near the door towards the middle of the warehouse, where shattered glass is falling from the sky. Each wears a hooded cloak and wields a short sword. And that is where we're going to end this session
Oh, we're
of
gonna
Arcanarama.
launch into combat?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We need to announce the winners of the
Yes.
Arknight stuff.
So we might need to cut away for just a second. But
Well, if you just want to go grab that.
No, I'll just go grab it. Like, do the outro. Stay. We'll do a graphic for just a bit, and then we'll do it then.
Yeah,
because I can go grab it from the other room.
So yeah, stick around
if
you're watching from the Arknight host to find out if you won. Boom. So yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in and sticking with us. We'll be right back here, same place, same time, next Saturday, with even more goodies to give away.
There's more giveaways.
And I think thematically, next week's dice giveaway will be the Silas dice.
Ooh, they're very fun.
Yeah. Also, I'm just now remembering that I forgot to post pictures of all your dice during the break. I'll do that as soon as this is over. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize to them.
So, stick around to hear about the announcement, but we're going to take a quick break while that gets gathered up. But in the meantime, we'll see all of you soon or in the next episode. But until then, stay safe out there, adventurers.
Whee!
Bye-bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Hello again. We have some more winners here. So, being sent the Arknight clear plastic miniatures with bases, we have one that will be going to Avenging Penguin, because you've earned it, buddy. We've also got one going out to Butterfly 420S.
No.
Nice.
I don't think we can do this.
No one can stop us.
And also EBG. That's IIBBBBIIIIJIIII. If that is your handle, you have also won some free clear plastic miniatures. And due to a low influx, the next two people who are active in our chat, barring like my family members, from when I finish this ramble, will also be winners starting now.
Go.
There's probably a delay.
Chat.
Go.
Do it.
Comment. I want to win.
Comment money, please.
Money, please.
Tell us you
Oh yeah, we
want
should give
some.
like a specific word, I guess. We love you too. I don't know who that is. Oh,
I got one.
It's so weird seeing chat and it
It is
being like
so
nice.
odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need one more person.
Miranda is the
So
best.
we've got
Miranda's our
what is that?
favorite.
Chola Gibbs? Is that what that is? Am I saying that correctly? Okay.
And
Wow.
That's two B's.
that's
Wow.
and Joshua.
Joshua 93.
I wonder who that is.
Miranda for president.
Oh, I know who that is.
I know who that is. That's
But
my
they're not our moms, so
That means
you get a clear flat
Whoa.
plastic miniature.
yeah.
All right. So, just so that we are all on the same page, our winners of the Arknight Clear Plastic Miniatures are Butterfly 420S, EBG, Avenging Penguin as well, Joshua 93, and Chol Gibbs, who I'm told is probably Chloe Gibbs. So, if you know us, reach out to us. If you don't, we'll reach out to you as best we can.
I'll reach out to those winners.
Yeah, and we will make sure
Yes.
that you guys get your clear plastic miniatures as long as you don't live in Quebec, because you're not allowed.
I'm so sorry, Quebec.
Sorry, Quebec.
We're huge in Quebec.
We could be someday.
Don't make fun of the Quebecians.
Huge.
Don't do that.
Thank you all.
This isn't who we are.
Thank you all again so much for tuning in. We will see you here same time next week for episode 2, and we'll see what these bird dudes do.
What are these
They're probably
birds
gonna
doing?
break
What
our
are
Those
bones.
birds
They're
do.
definitely
What
birds.
doing?
What doing?
Okay, bye.
Stay safe out there.
We don't know
adventures.
their
Bye.
kid too. What if we don't know that yet?
Robbie, cut it. Cut the string.
Cut it.
Ah.
Cut it. I'm done.
Bye.
Tired.
He's gonna just